All right, Taylor. Is this you? Hang on just a second. No, make that a little clearer for you if it's you or not when I ask that question. Is that you? Okay, let's minimize this. Move this down here out of the way. All right, up next is Taylor Brown.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Taylor Brown again. I just want to thank everybody for taking their time today to listen to me about low back pain and golf drive mechanics. This morning, I wanted to start off with who is most affected by back pain in sports. Research showed that the first sport that's most affected is gymnastics, the second being golf. Other sports may include, not in particular order, basketball or football. The reason this topic in the sport of golf, it affects both genders and is still prevalent today. We can take a look as to why this is such a commonality in the sport of golf through these three pillars of research. The first one I want to talk this morning is the mechanics of the swing. The golf swing is broken up into these are in the picture on the screen. So this morning what we're going to talk about is the second picture, which is the backswing phase. These all come together of creating the most effective swing. The movement a golfer creates is called torque, and it's produced unilaterally through the lumbar spine. Torque is properly defined as the twisting force that causes rotation. So all this energy is stored within their lower extremities. It has been shown that it reduces a lot of heavy loads on the lumbar spine and ultimately causes back injuries. Pendulum and hip rotations are used during the swing, and it was shown that it's happens a lot. And so overuse of this torque, or they could perform a golf swing up to 300 times in a practice session. There is an alternative form, however, of the golf swing called the short backswing, but that also produces other musculocutaneous injuries. So as you can see visually, this is just a difference between the modern backswing and the short backswing. So if the golf swing causes this high torsional load on the lumbar spine and has the potential to cause injury, then what can we do to prevent it? Well, first, golf is an asymmetrical sport, meaning that the golfer will have an asymmetrical loading of their trunk muscles, and this may cause strength low back pain, but may be preventable if they strengthen both sides of their body. The athletes may also prevent injury through core muscular strength. Their cores and their lower back are very powerful zones when they swing, and there was research conducted that if they continue to do lower body exercises and core muscular exercises, then it could improve muscular function in an unstable low back region, indicating the importance of continuous core muscular. Muscular strength and endurance programs should include bilateral strengthening of the erector spinae and the core, as well as muscles in the hips that battle these strength imbalances and increase injury prevention. So if these golfers were continuing to be active outside the golf course, they're going to see some benefits of lower fatigue and a decreased risk for injury. Some treatment options for golf-related injuries include two things. So there's conventional care, which includes a multidisciplinary approach, which involves a psychiatrist, a PGA teaching professional, and a physical therapist, that they all work together in a balanced fashion. to treat and train these athletes, and they have to do that because golf is an asymmetrical sport. There's also chiropractic care, which involves manual adjustment of the spine. It has been shown to reduce pain and increase spinal mobility. So a study was performed by Eklund and Carlson and gathered that visiting a chiropractor consistently may reduce the number of days of bothersome low back pain. Leading into my methods, from what I was able to observe, there was not a ton of research on collegiate golfers and low back pain. So this project was able to gather 19 Division III golfers from a liberal arts university. There were 8 women and 11 men that ranged from 18 to 22 years old. So an example, they were excluded if they had like a current injury or they didn't go to this particular university. I used several instruments such as the forearm plank endurance test. They were supposed to do it for as long instrument was the rotational force production of the spine. The participants were asked to perform this test by rotating 3 times from the left side of their body and 3 times to the right. I also measured their ASIS to malleolus to see if there were any leg length discrepancies. And the on-form app was used to record the backswing angle of the golfer's drive. And I also used a questionnaire to determine if they have sought any treatment or if they had current back pain or previous back pain. So my results, first, I ran Pearson correlations for each of these instruments or some of these instruments. What I found for the first one is that I ran Pearson correlations for each test to observe if there will be a difference in backswing angle by core endurance ranking. What I found is there's no correlation as well as no significant difference between these 2 variables. This also went for the tensiometer results. So what I did was I just took their best rotation force production out of the 3 trials, and that's what I used to measure the correlation here. There was also no significance between these 2 variables and no correlation. Same went for leg length difference. There was also no correlation between these 2 variables as well. From the questionnaire provided to the golfers before each test was ran, of 19 golfers, 7 have sought chiropractic treatment and 12 haven't. I was then able to run an independent t-test to determine if there's a difference in backswing angle by sought treatment, chiropractic care for low back pain. The test showed there was no significant difference in backswing angle by sought chiropractic care. This was the same result for if they sought conventional treatment. The only difference I saw was that 9 said that they have for low back pain and 10 haven't. The questionnaire also asked the participants if they have ever experienced low back pain. An independent t-test was ran again, and there was no significant differences between backswing angle by past back pain. The same went for if the athletes are experiencing current back pain. And there's no significant difference. So I had anticipations for these instruments that I used and the outcomes of them. So for example, the modern golf swing requires angular displacement of the spine, lateral bending, compression and torsional forces to produce the desired swing. These requirements increase the risk of paraspinal tears caused by fatigue and stress imbalances. The repeated maximal exertion swings involved in golf may lead to low back pain and injuries as well. The full recoil swing and prolonged overuse of these back muscles may also lead to weakening or atrophy of the structures around the spine, overall leading to less force production when the spine is short. So I anticipated that based on how the golfer performed on their tensiometer test, it would show a relationship in backswing angle. If a golfer produced less force than someone who produced a greater force, there may be a relationship between tensiometer force production and backswing angles. This was not supported by what I found. As mentioned previously, strengthening the core muscles leads to prevention of the back injury. If the athlete had a weaker score, then this would influence their backswing angle than another athlete who performed better on their test. This is also not supported. In previous research, because of the asymmetrical loading of the sport, it has been determined that leg length discrepancies can be caused by unequal lumbar tension, as seen in the unilateral trunk rotation of the modern golf swing, thus causing strength and endurance imbalances. If the golfer had a leg length difference, there would be a relationship between leg length difference and backswing angle, also not supported. Conventional care and chiropractic care have both been shown to treat injuries as well as prevent them. So the research anticipated that if the golfer has sought treatment, then there will be a difference in swing angle than those who have not sought treatment, not supported. I decided to run another independent t-test to show that, as previously researched, a multidisciplinary approach has been shown to decrease the risk of low back injuries in golfers and treat current ones. A golfer without lower back pain has up to twice as much trunk flexion and flexion velocity during the backswing if properly treated using a multidisciplinary approach. So if the golfer said they have experienced back pain or currently has back pain, there would be a difference in backswing angles versus those who do not have pain or have experienced back pain, also not supported. So these non-supported points could be due to some limitations. For example, motivation of the athletes to perform. So the men's team decided to make the forearm plank competition a competition. So for golf balls at the end of it, if they perform better than their peers. So I probably should have told them to not do that, just to keep the results as accurate as I could. And some may have like pushed through pain just so they could win the prize at the end. They also had a fear of breaking the tensiometer. I probably should have pushed that forward, that you're not going to break it. And some may have also pushed through pain and performed better, and they didn't want to admit that they had pain in general. So I probably should have just told them to be as honest as they could. So in conclusion, there must be further research conducted on the population that is collegiate golfers, as well if seeking treatment influences the mechanics of their golf drive. This research should not only apply to a golf drive using a driver, but other clubs as well, as this could lead to aiding in injury prevention and treatment. These golfers also must be educated on the importance of back injury prevention, as this is very common within their sport, also as well as their coaches, just because I asked both the coaches and they don't do a lot of core training. So maybe educating coaches as well on these injuries may also help them in prevention. And thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, so you're talking about like core exercise. Do you think incorporating like preseason rotational core exercises that kind of mimic like sport specific movement could like reduce injuries for them?
Yeah, so the question is if, sorry, can you repeat it? Because I have to repeat it to them.
Yeah, or like do you think like using in preseason like rotational core exercises would reduce like injuries?
Okay, so he's saying if they were to practice core endurance in preseason, would that injury prevent? I think from the research, it showed that as long as they're doing it on both sides, because it is an asymmetrical sport and one side's not getting more strength than the other one, then it could injury prevent. So back to that research of the golfers that did do continuous core exercise, there was a injury prevention rate and less injury rate for that team specifically. So I would think so, yeah.
Do you think that there's any difference in the location of where they're playing? Like if somebody was playing in this area of the country where it's a little more hilly in comparison to out west, was more flat, do you think where they play can have an impact on like their back pain?
Okay, so you're saying if they played like at a different course, would that influence their back pain? That's a great question. I don't actually know, but I would think that it all starts here. I don't know if, but that would be a good point, because if it's a farther drive compared to other courses, they might need to torque their spine more and produce more force. So that's a good question. Yes.
To kind of wrap up what Patrick was doing earlier, do you think there could be some sort of lack of warming up for golfers? And like, I know when I go play, I just go out there and play.
Yeah, there is. He asked if there's a difference or not a difference, if there's a lack of warming up before they go out. There definitely is a lack. I didn't get to mention it here, but the research I found that golfers, amateur or pro, they usually don't warm up before they go. It was actually seen in there that in the research that the golfers felt like it's a very casual sport. So why would I need to warm up for it if I'm not like sprinting, 100 yards or something like that? So, yeah.
All right. Jared, which one is yours? Or a different one? It's more recent, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay,
I send it unless there's an issue with it.
okay, and then we want to go to Zoom. And we want to share. All right, up next is Jared Brock.
Am I good to go? Okay. So my name is Jared Brock, and I did my study on strength training program design and performance outcomes. So a little bit of background. So strength training program design is a crucial part in developing collegiate athletes to reach their fullest potentials. And according to a study done by Sell et al., strength training program designs and types of strength training exercises have a positive relationship on performance outcomes because they make players bigger, stronger, and faster. The volume of training is one variable that gets a lot of attention when it comes to strength training programs and resistance training programs to help increase muscle growth. So the purpose of the study was to analyze training volume in collegiate lacrosse strength training programs and to find its relation to performance outcomes. It was hypothesized that increased training volume and strength training programs for collegiate athletes, excuse me, does have a relationship to performance outcomes. So the participants of the study were 5 NCAA Division III men's lacrosse teams, and all of these strength training programs that were provided and collected were preseason training programs that lasted 4 weeks leading up to the 2021 NCAA men's lacrosse season. So for the methodology, total volume was used to measure the entire quantity of work produced, and data was collected by calculating total training volume in each strength training program that was provided. Total volume was calculated by multiplying the number of sets and the number of reps. And I used a Pearson correlation value to analyze the data that I found, and the R value is what is represented by that. And I will get to that in my results section. Add on to the methodology, subjects were contacted through phone calls and emails trying to get strength coaches from other colleges and universities around the country to send over their strength training programs. And like I said earlier, we used training programs from last year, 2021's men's lacrosse season. And the athletic websites were used to collect the performance statistics for each team that was analyzed in this study. And the performance statistics that I used was win percentage, shot on goal percentage, shot percentage, goals scored, and goals per game that were scored. So with my results, I found that there was a very strong positive correlation between total volume and shot on goal percentage. And as you can see here on this side, the mean was 8465.6, and it had a standard deviation of 4027.7 for the total training volume. And I put that in the beginning, but as you continue through, the total volume is still represented by those numbers as well. And for the shot on goal percentage, the average was 60% with a standard deviation of 18.8%. And the Pearson correlation value is represented by the R, like I said before, which is 8.15. And I was looking for a significance, so I used 0.05 as my significance value, and anything less to find if there was a significance, which was represented by the p-value right here. And for the first result that I found for shot on goal percentage, you can see that there was a very strong correlation with this trend line right here. And then for my next statistic that I looked at was total volume and shot percentage was shown with the average of 30.6% with a standard deviation of 3.5%. And again, the Pearson correlation value was represented by the R value, which was 0.175. And then the, excuse me, the p-value, which was the significance value, was represented as 0.175. And this one also did show a strong correlation between total volume and shot percentage, as seen by this trend line right here. For the next statistics that I looked at, the results for the total volume and goals scored was a moderate correlation, and the goals scored had an average of 167.8 with a standard deviation of 78.3, and the R value was represented with 0.529 with a significance value of 0.359. And as you can see with the trend line again, it showed a moderate correlation. And then for total volume and goals scored, goals scored per game, the average was 13.44 with a standard deviation of 1.6, and the R value was 0.791 with a p-value of 0.11111. And this showed more of a moderate correlation as well, which, as you can see, wasn't as very steep as the other one. And for my last result, I looked at total volume and win percentage. And the win percentage surprisingly had a very weak correlation, which I anticipated would be a lot stronger. And the win percentage was shown as an average of 61.8 with a standard deviation of 18.8. And the R value was 0.170 with a p-value of 0.785. And as you can see by this trend line, it was a very, very weak correlation. And all of the results that I found did not show any significance whatsoever. But like we just saw in the results, there was some strong correlations that were found, but it didn't show any real significance. So with the conclusions of this study, there was no significant correlation, like I said previously, between training volume and the performance statistics that were analyzed. However, the study did find that there was a very strong correlation between total volume and shot on goal percentage, and a strong correlation between total volume and shot percentage, as well as total volume and goals scored per game. And it was concluded in the study that the study indicated that increased training volume may provide an increase in on-field performance, but I couldn't really prove it with the results that I found, which also would attribute to the fact that I only had 5 participants. So if I would have had more, I could have had a better opportunity to get more data and maybe analyze more statistics and training programs to maybe come up with a bigger population to see if there actually is a real correlation between training volume and performance outcomes. So some of the limitations that I found was that some coaches just said no to providing any strength training programs when I reached out to them. And another one was just some coaches or schools didn't even respond to me reaching out to see if they would provide any strength training programs. And then not all schools that I looked at even had a strength coach, which I found pretty surprising, considering if you have a college athletic program, most schools you would assume would have strength training or strength and conditioning coaches. But as I found out, not all schools do. And then my biggest limitation was sample size, considering that I only had 5 schools, like I said earlier. It would have been a lot better, and I would have been able to get more accurate data if I had a bigger sample size to look at and analyze. And then also, not a lot of schools that I would anticipated or looked at in the first place had lacrosse. So if I would have looked at other schools that had lacrosse programs or programs with a strength coach, I would have been able to have a better, more accurate data for this study as well. And then there was a limited amount of previous research done on this topic with strength training design and performance outcomes. And in the future, if this study is replicated or if there's a study done that is similar to this one, like I said multiple times already, the number of sample sizes with the number of strength training programs, having more of those would obviously lead to more accurate data and providing better results to studies like this one. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Do you think you could take these same criteria and apply it to other sports that you would see some sort of correlation between the strength training and like outcomes in the sports?
Yes, yes, I do. I picked lacrosse just because I play lacrosse and I thought it would be, I don't know, more beneficial to do it for that. But yes, I do think that if you did this study with other sports, like any sport that you would train with for resistance training, there probably would be a correlation between training and outcomes like in that sport. But maybe for another study, some other time, I could look at that. Yes.
You used volume in your study. Any reason why you didn't include intensity or anything like that? Using weight?
So the reason I didn't include like weights or intensity from the training programs that I received is because it would have been really hard to get like the people or the coaches that I reached out to provide me with all the weights and the numbers that each player did in those training programs. And it would have been really hard to get all that information and then include it in my data as well. And honestly, I didn't really look at intensity. I didn't think that intensity would have had a very big impact on the study. So that's why I didn't include those. Yeah, Bob?
So for like things like shooting in like games one, because of like the weak correlation between volume and those percentages, do you think stuff like shooting could be more based on like training of techniques rather than volume to see like a better correlation between goal scoring?
I think it could be, but I'm not 100% sure. I think with the fact that I looked at the training volume to see if the overall, because I looked at the overall team outcomes and not like just like offensive shooting and stuff like that. I think it could show something, but I'm not 100% sure. Yes.
Do you think the training has more to do with individual success than team success?
Yes and no. I think overall, I think the training does somewhat allude or show that if an individual does train a certain way, that they will be more successful. But if we're looking at the whole team and the whole team training, the more efficiently a team will train together, like not just individually, but if they all train at the same time and all like perform in a strength training program, that essentially they should be all more productive on the field, which would increase the team itself and the team's goals and their winning percentages and stuff like that. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
I've got both the next session signs up, and then there's one if they want to pass it around.
Okay.
These are all of them.
No, I'm waiting on my person. Abby, can you show her what to do? Sheila? You want me to show you? Okay, run to the back. You sure? Okay. The folder is up on the desktop. Hey, how are you? You're a timekeeper? There's your stuff right there. These, I think, are 30 minutes, it looks like, on the schedule. Julia said the big one is just a, not a. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. How are you?
Trying to figure out how we get the panel on here.
Well, this one stands. Yeah, the standard will probably figure some of those.
Let me make sure. Thank you. Okay. The first group does not have a PowerPoint, so you don't have to do anything but introduce, I guess. I don't know what they're doing about Zooming, but the Zooming is running. So the second group, this is their thing. It's in this 12:30 to 1:30 folder. You're gonna make the screen bigger and share their thing and have them choose their presentation.
Okay.
And then make sure this says recording.
Okay. And then. Oh, so
And then I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to lunch. And Alicia is leaving and I'm not sure who's taking over. Do you have the schedule? For her. Who does it during your thing? Anything? No, Jaden DeWald. Jaden DeWald, Alicia. Taking over your job. You're taking over Alicia's job.
I'm also running this panel though.
Okay,
Okay.
well, you're taking over her job.
Nick, after these two sessions, not now.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Not until after these two sessions.
So at 1:30?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
I think that's correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you hopefully,
Sounds good. Joy. There are no assigned seats, except for the assigned seats.
Timothy? Is it Quinn? How do you pronounce your last name?
McGowan,
McGowan.
yes.
Let's see.
However you say it though is going to be great.
McGowan? Is that right? McGowan. Okay.
Whatever,
Thank you.
whatever
I'm so
comes up.
sorry.
And
I have a weird first name that everybody mispronounces. That's
What is it?
McGowan. Keela.
Keela, oh,
Yeah.
I bet you get Kayla.
All the
Oh.
time. All the time.
This is a good opportunity for inter collaboration. Yeah, Joshua. We may use it, may not. It depends on the question. But I just think that it is. But you know. So this is a panel discussion on the making of Trillium, which is Piedmont's arts and literary magazine. And it's called rather fancifully, the person in the back row has a question. This is reference to the Paris Review's longstanding feature, the man in the back row has a question. The most famous of which featured a veritable who's who of literary editors. So we thought we would kind of conversationally talk about what we do to produce this magazine. We have here the design team and the literary editors. We have the same goals, but we have very different approaches to how we create it. So I thought, I think Professor McGowan and I will ask some questions and then hopefully open it up to all of you. I'll begin. What do you all in the graphic design team do when selecting work for inclusion in Trillium?
Sam, you want to take that one to start us off? Like talking about collating, how we judge where things go.
When I'm determining where things go, I judge it by length, specifically the literary components of our magazine. I like to have things laid out in a certain way where, well, it makes sense. So we have a section that is, I like to have it start on the left and from left to right, so that it goes to your question.
Yes. Yeah. What about the art, the visual art from people?
interesting start happening as we started laying out designs. We're a graphic design department in a fine arts school. So we approach most of our design work from more of a studio art perspective, much like the way that a painter would go about starting a project. And we have many students that I think with our design components were really pouring their all into the messaging inside of their designs. And at some point we had to have a conversation with our layouts about, well, what's the purpose of the design that we're putting forth here? Are we trying to make a message behind the design components in our magazine, or are we trying to build a space that facilitates artwork instead of having an overarching tone to the entire publication? And I think a lot of us started out working in spaces where we were trying to heavily load all of our designs with internal meanings or significance, because we are in this space where we feel like our work needs to matter. But we started to figure out that I think as we progressed through this process, we found that design kind of sits in a Venn diagram overlapping with art, but not necessarily completely overlapping. So we actually have some of our mock-up samples that we're voting on Thursday to see which one will move forward with corrections into the final publication. But if everyone would like to hold those up, I'd actually like any of you that are holding up your designs now, why don't you talk a little bit about the process, the journey that you've gone on with making these, and how you've gone about choosing your designs. What are you inspired by? What are we looking at? Brooks, do you want to start us off?
Okay. For my design, I was inspired by, I was looking at a lot of flowery line work on Pinterest and stuff. And in the beginning, we were having conversations with Dr. DeWald about putting language to our designs, and we didn't end up going through with that. But I thought maybe if there was like a theme, that would be maybe Trillium in Bloom. It would be this. I worked with in Adobe Illustrator to make different designs, and I'm really pleased with the layout and color palette. So.
Yeah. Maddie, yours has gone through change after change after change after change. How have you settled on what we're looking at now? Because it feels very, in a way, connected, but very different from some of the photographic-based things we looked at before.
So basically, if anyone knows me, I will make an entire project, and then like a day before it's due, scrap it and redo the entire thing. Don't ask me why, that's just my process. So I've been like, searching on Pinterest, searching on Behance, looking for inspiration, and I just like, I don't know why, I fell in love with like this archway shape, and I really want to incorporate that somehow because for some reason I was just drawn to it. And I started off with like a photo of Piedmont and kind of like, messed around with it some in Lightroom and Photoshop and messed with it, but it still just wasn't giving off what I wanted it to. And I ended up just scrapping all of it and looking at some pictures on Pinterest of really simple graphic design that use really the fundamentals of Illustrator and just things that you can do so simply that come out looking really nice. And I love simplicity, even though I love simplicity, but I also love to just put as much things as I can. It's just how I am. And we ended up with this. I like it personally. I don't know if anyone else has really seen it because I kind of just finished it yesterday. Yeah, and I don't have a design, so we're not gonna worry about that. My bad.
And we're at a point right now, the next step for the design team is actually getting together on Thursday and having a March Madness style elimination bracket where we go through a pretty rigorous critique about what all of these designs are doing well and what they're not doing well, and which one has the most potential to be ubiquitous to move forward to serve our publication the best. And so we have a design team of 6 who have all put forth their potential mock-ups, and only one will be progressing for the remainder of the month. And whatever final mock-up moves forward on Thursday, the other 5 designers will actually be assigned specialist positions, whether it be editing typography or manipulating the imagery throughout the publication. But just because you are the individual that moves forth with your chosen mock-up progressing doesn't mean that now all of the work solely relies on you. All of the other individuals bring to the table some very drastic and different specialties. Like Sam works for the Roar and has a lot of experience with setting typography. And so I believe that Sam would be an excellent person to be our type editor for the remainder of the publication. And everyone else is diversifying our jobs right now so that at the moment throughout the semester, we've been working in a fashion where everyone is getting to kind of see what working through every aspect of publication design is. But now, once our deadlines start closing in, we're going to come back together to be able to make sure that all of our strengths contribute to the final iteration of our publication. Yeah.
Does reading this magazine foster artistic growth too? We talked a lot in the literary side about how it's really tied to aesthetics and taste and the ethics that we'd be getting out of a writer's way, for example. But the professional viability of being a literary editor is there is none. You know? Yeah, I mean, even like Harper's had an opening for a fiction editor last month, and it was like, you know, making $50,000, but you had to live in New York City. So good luck paying rent with that. So does it foster artistic growth too?
Pretty good.
All right, I'm just free to answer that.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
I definitely feel like it does. We all have very different personal aesthetics, and even though we all have very different styles, we're pretty, walk around with each other. That's a little bit what we're doing, these processes, and it really opens your mind to like new things and different ways and different workflows. Yeah, a lot of times if one of us is like stuck on something, customer down will be like, throw it up on the board, so we put it up onto our big TV and then we talk about what's working, what doesn't work, like what can we do. So it's a collaborative process as well, which I think really fosters that kind of teamwork aspect.
And I think one of the major questions that we've been answering this semester as well is just a little bit about what exactly is the role of a graphic designer. Because graphic design, I think in a lot of ways is sort of experiencing a little bit of a language or identity crisis at the moment in the workforce. You see a lot of people using language like digital humanities or digital communication. And then graphic design seems to be overlapping with that and sharing some similarities, but not necessarily being in the same space. And a lot of times graphic design is actually instructed in institutions out of multiple departments. It may be tethered to the business school and more aligned with marketing purposes. It may be in the visual arts like we have it here, or it may be in mass communications where it's more invested in streaming into live broadcasting or ad hoc programming. And I think one of the strengths that we have here at Piedmont is that because our graphic design program is taught out while we use inspirations like from some of the conversations that we've had about this semester, I think lives immediately with yours. We looked back at manuscript and book arts from the 1800s and started looking at the ways that traditional craftsmen had utilized in creating marble papers, which if you are familiar with book crafts from the 1970s, you may know as the beautiful fill pages before collated text through the rest of the publication. But we use that as just a diving board into an entire example for a mock-up that still pays a little bit of homage to tendencies that existed in book crafts from, I mean, even starting in the Middle Ages, that I'm not really sure we would find without having a strong understanding of art history when we're progressing through graphic design here as well. And so I think one of the things that's been highlighted for me as an instructor throughout this process is the strength of our program because of its close relationship with other visual or fine arts and that grounding in art history. I do believe that since our graphic designers have to take multiple art classes through pre-Renaissance history all the way to contemporary art criticism, they have a good understanding of how themes progress and move through time. And so that we're staying on the forefront of technology and keeping our designs relevant. rather than creating things that seem like they're stuck in the past. So that's been a really eye-opening example for me, and something that I think all of us are being able to bring to the table, which will help us not only with this publication, but also as all of these designers step into their career spaces, being able to articulate that to an interview panel and then find success in their workforce is really what my end goal is as an instructor. I want to help all of these individuals, not only in these classes, but also after their 4 years have concluded here. Yeah.
I'll hear a little bit from the literary and Kaya Franklin here, and Timothy Moon. Can you say maybe one of the joys and maybe one of the challenges that we've encountered in making Trillium this semester?
It's hard to write a magazine full of literary publications or literary submissions when you don't get any literary submissions. So yeah, that's a pretty big challenge.
We got some.
Keyword, some.
I think with the amount of text all of my designers have to go in and individually led space in Kern, I feel like we feel like you got plenty.
It's not like a, quote unquote literary magazine in the real world where you have a slush pile this tall, certainly. But I think we got a lot of really wonderful submissions from people.
I'm curious now, this is formed in my mind from conversations we've had on the art side. One thing that I get quite a bit when we're talking about the art submissions is a lot of individuals are intimidated by the idea of applying to something where failure is a possibility or not being accepted into the selection is a possibility. Do you think that knowing that this is a juried event where either your work is submitted or it is not might temper people's input and might curb some of the appeal of applying in the first place?
I think there's always a chance of like rejection in the real world, whether it's through the possibility of being rejected. So I think that's like a good experience and learning experience for students if they want to submit their work to the journal. And they can learn how to do a projection, and they can really use that for good, go back and edit their work, and maybe I want to change this around, or just, I think it helps them like helps them become a better writer.
Or art.
When you were looking at collating the literary section and ordering, sequencing all of the submissions that we're going to see in this publication, many of them I noticed seem to be in a way referencing the events of COVID-19, or many of them seem to come from individuals who were expressing, I don't know if frustration is the right terminology to use, but they definitely seem to have, many of the pieces had overarching tones that needed to seem like they needed to be spaced out, and so that we didn't have like one cluster of information that seemed very heavy spaced around more uplifting pieces. How did you figure out that sequencing process to figure out how to space out and sort of handle some of those more intense pieces?
Notice that some of our two pieces were and they try to stay from it, kind of the idea collectively that kind of poetry to prose poetry to prose, and then yeah, we kind of laid everything out, tested everything out, laid it out on the table, you know, like moved it around, like maybe it should go like this, or maybe this is too intense to have both of these next to each other, you should move this over here, and that's how we.
And then we also tried to separate the longer literary pieces from the poetry so that they could kind of not interrupt each other as much.
One of my favorite parts is to watch the students do this. They've made all their selections, they're all printed out. And I just watch them go to where I don't even teach. They have the way things should be, it's arranged. And they argue their points. And yeah, a blast to watch. What about some challenges? What were some challenges? The introduction was difficult. Maybe we should talk about that. We were talking about in designing, getting out of the writer's way.
The introduction was 3 days of just bashing our heads into the wall and not figure out what the heck we were going to do with it. Because the issue was that we found this kind of disconnect where we had all these really dark, really heavy literary pieces, but then all the art pieces weren't that. So we had to try and figure out, how do we introduce both of these without favoring one or the other? And that was difficult. I'll put it at that.
One thing that seemed to stem from the art pieces, the art submissions as well, is it seems like people in times such as these handle those responses very differently. Like some of the literature seemed very direct, where most of our art pieces from this submission cycle seemed to almost yearn for, I mean, they almost seemed halcyon in a way. They wanted things to be brighter and happier. And so there was this really unusual pairing of, I mean, I believe the first line of text after the introduction is from Revelation. Impactful place. And then some large format paintings that are going to be throughout the publication as well are called emotional response, and they have color palettes that are all warm tones and pastels that you would associate more with your grandmother's sofa than anything from the book of Revelation. So there was this really strange balance that needed to be struck. I could not imagine having to sit down and put into one paragraph how to contextualize that entire publication. We as designers get the benefit of needing it to look nice and be a space for the works to operate, but you have to contextualize that work, which I could not imagine standing upon the precipice of that responsibility. So I believe that after seeing the introduction, I believe that all of our designers would say that you did an absolutely fantastic job.
Yeah, and I'm very proud of them, the work in the magazine and that they've done all semester. We just have a couple of minutes. If anybody in the audience has a question about anything related to Trillium, please do raise your hand. Cool.
I'm a former editor. That when you guys were picking stuff out, I know we went a lot by intuition. Were you guys more discussing things and like working stuff out, or was I know there was one where like that's going last, that's going first, or we just knew?
I think we had an idea of which one should go first in the beginning. We kind of had different ideas on how the things in the middle should be placed. So it is a while for us to sort that out. But we did have a lot of conversations. We talked about our reasons for why we think this should go third, or this poem should go after this one.
In the visual arts, we had the benefit of having the former director of art at Warner Media CNN come in and pull all of our submissions for us and then also sequence for us. So the design team actually got to operate off of an independent juror. So we got to exclusively work with the aesthetic sensibility. Our pipeline for workflow was a little bit cleaned up in that aspect as well. Yes.
All right, that was quick, but our time is up. I have about a dozen back issues of Trillium up here. They're free. Just come up and grab a copy. Happy to answer any questions after this discussion. But thank you all.
When did the session end?
It's Looks like 1:30.
1:30?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good.
We literally have.
We have all the time in the world.
And she will hold up a sign to tell me. 5 minutes.
So sorry. I mean, you want them to ask questions? Okay.
So here's your clicker. All you have to do is point, you know. I'll introduce you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have it down here. So it's like, because if you're trying to, yeah.
You guys ready?
Yeah. People are still settling in a little bit.
Be sure to scan the QR code if you haven't. And our next presenters, Cole Klein and Rebecca Wood, on how to read poetry.
This is based on a paper that we did for a genre class with Dr. Whited, just about poetry and how to read it and how to get the best experience out of it.
And I think this ties in perfectly with the presentation that was just done because there is poetry in Trillium. So maybe we can teach you how to read it.
Yeah, so one of the things we talked about a lot is in this book is the idea of the impermanence of poetry, where when you speak something, it's gone, but if you write it, it is in a way permanent. And it's capturing a bit of time and just a bit of words that is going to continue to be there even when the moment is past.
And then one thing that we talked about was verbal means to nonverbal source. Which how would you go about it?
Like what things in poetry are generally about is you're trying to express things that you can't express with words. And so a lot of times it ends up being indicative of a higher sort of idea that you're trying to get at through not only the words you use, but how they are applied and placed to try to get as much of that effect as you can. I'll do this, the Keats standard capabilities. So this kind of ties into, there's poet John Keats has this concept of negative capability, which is really interesting, where rather than trying to enforce a meaning onto a poem, it is to more so a passive experience of accepting the poem, of letting it talk to you. And that can be really.
I think that ties in with the next point. When we spoke about the experimental process for the writer and the reader, it's kind of like, at least in my opinion, reading poetry is similar to looking at a piece of art where it's very subjective, it's interpretive. Whatever is written on the page might not necessarily like be literal, so it's definitely up for interpretation. And I think that is a very experimental process.
Yeah, you're just trying to feel through it, think through it. And one of the things we talked about too is that it's not about extracting the meaning. And there's a lot of times when people talk about like breaking a poem open or dissecting it. But that way of looking at it is like almost by dissecting it, it's like taking the life from it, is rather to come at it as it is, rather than in pieces. Because the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. You also continue to learn about a poem as you read it. So the one of the books we read for the class was a book by author that was collected by an author, Brown, who talked about the concept of poetry being impermanence, mindfulness, and joy. And there was a big section in the back of the book that was just about reading poetry in a mindful way, similar to meditation. And these were some of the aspects of it that ended up being really useful for understanding the poem.
So the first approach is to like obviously read it, but then also try speaking it out loud, either like to yourself or to a friend or in the mirror. Because hearing a poem out loud rather than hearing it in your head can provide or like show you more meaning, I guess, more purpose behind it.
Yeah, and the sounds, the way your mouth moves, the breaths that you take are really important because, you know, there's so much room for breath, like in singing.
And I think that ties in perfectly to letting it sit in space, especially with the breathing aspect. Like you don't necessarily want to rush it. It's very just take it at your own pace.
Yeah, and to have time to just in between reading, where you just kind of let it run in the background. Because your brain is just going to keep making. That's what our brains do. It just loves to connect these little pieces, and then you can come back to it later.
Oh yeah, and do not force meaning. That I think is one of the biggest things about reading poetry.
Yeah, because a lot of times, you know, in school, you're given a test where it's like, here's a poem, analyze it, and that's not really the best way to go about it because they're just trying to see what you can do right then and there. The way to really experience the poem is to take time with it and let it come to that negative capability.
Noting how you feel and what parts induce those feelings. One of my favorite methods to do is whenever I read poetry, write the margin lines, or I'll do another sheet of paper. And in my case, I will, after I read a piece of poetry and take those notes, I'll usually like set it aside for a day and then come back to it. And I almost always find more things about it, like more interesting revelations about it.
Yeah, so like those connections come together, and then the sounds will help you because the thing about poetry is that one of the main ways where it differs from prose, which is in some ways actually a very hard distinction to make, is the importance of sound.
I think Dr. Whited or Dr. Davis, I can't remember which class this was in. One of you talked about like a poet who would like write something and then shove it in a drawer for like 7 years and then like take it back out and then it's considered like a true poem. I think that. Oh.
Snyder.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So next is the third part of this. A lot of that like the experience of poetry is just from your intuition. There's the conscious thinking, but then there's also just looking at it and knowing. And you may not even know how you know yet, but you get something. There's something there.
And that feeling of understanding. And I think that I am excited to talk about the literary yourself in it.
Yeah, like what you see tells you a lot about yourself. Like it's almost like projecting. Where it's like if you look at a poem and you see a poem about nature, then it's like, well, what does that reveal about your relationship? by the fact that that's what you saw.
When we first block test, where if you have a group of like 5 people who look at the same ink blot, they will almost always not be the same images that people see. And you can do that with poetry, like depending on what you see and what you feel out of that poem.
Yeah, and then like actually in personality, we did the ink blots. And the fun thing is that there will be similarities and there will be overlap, but they're not always exactly the same. And it's like it's the differences that really say a lot about you. And that allows you to feel understood. Like there's this feeling that the poet can get like, oh, this guy gets it. He knows how it feels. Where it's, yeah, someone can understand it and putting it in different words can really be a great feeling to have.
The language to communicate complexities.
Yeah, it's, it's the language allows you to say things that maybe you didn't know how to say.
Yeah, because like in a non-literal sense, like
Yeah.
I feel happy. Instead in a poem, it might be talking about how beautiful something looks or how that thing makes you feel.
Yeah, where it's about like the experience of that feeling. And it can also just be very relaxed to just sit and read a poem and feel the feelings that it gives you. Like with any piece of art.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to want to rush looking at art or reading literature just because like of the way that we are living. Kind of absorb works of art to just like sit and actually like read it and not just like read it for a class, like actually take your time with it.
Yeah, and that gives you a special experience where it gives you a moment, just like an opportunity to slow down and have time for yourself and the poem together.
And that also ties into like a form of meditation.
Yeah, it can be very meditative. And I'm someone who I was never able to meditate. And then I tried doing it with these poems. I would open a page at random, like the book said, and it worked.
Yeah, there are so many different ways of like meditation. That's what my capstone's about. And yeah, like, and I understand what you mean. Kind of like, you sit there, you close your eyes, and you're supposed to not think about anything. That's not like the one way of meditating. It can be through something as beautiful as poetry.
Yeah, just like even speaking and repeating, it's like almost hypnotic. It can be very soothing. So next is some poems to actually look at and talk about and how to do this and how to look at a poem and try to understand it. So the poet I wrote about was Wallace Stevens, who is generally considered to be part of the modernist movement, contemporaries of like Ezra Pound, T.S. Eliot, a lot of very famous poets. But in my opinion, he has a bit more of this romantic era taste to his poems. And there's a lot that you can gain from even knowing stuff like that. Because the context, if you feel completely lost, can at least tell you who are their influences, who were their contemporaries, what was the general idea of the time, what were people thinking about, what were people talking about. And that can give you so many clues. And then you want to look at it and think, how do I feel about this? And what it is that causes those feelings. And there's many levels to look at that. You can look within a word, you can look at the whole poem, you can look at a line, a sentence, anything. You can annotate it, and then if you don't know something or you feel like you're missing something, looking things up. I feel like I was like afraid to look things up because I thought that meant like I wasn't getting it, but no, it's incredibly helpful. Just like certain words. So this one is, the best part, like we said to do, is by reading, and just to get that experience. And we would start reading the title first. That was something that we talked about. The Place of the Solitaires. Let the place of the solitaires be a place of perpetual undulation, whether it be in mid-sea, on the dark green water wheel, or on the beaches. There must be no cessation of motion or the noise of motion, the renewal of noise and manifold continuation, and most of the motion of thought and its restless iteration, the place of the solitaires, which is to be a place of perpetual undulation. So he's reading it, you feel it, like you're physically feeling it in your body. And one of the things I wanted to start with is I thought about literally last night that I had never thought of it. I wrote a paper on this several months ago, and it just came to me yesterday. Was that second word, the word in the second line, undulation. And this is a word I feel in a very bodily sense, where if you think about the word and even how your tongue and your mouth moves when you say it, undulation, it almost makes a circle. It's a very curved, organic sounding word. And that tells you so much about that word. What does that mean? How does that sound? How does it feel in your speech? It can tell you, even just that can tell you a lot. And so that's a more like kind of in the middle, like word level of it. But you can even go down to a letter. And to me, that is the S at the end of solitaires. Because what is solitaires? That's a good question. That's not really a word that people use. Because you think solitaire singular is a game. It's a game people play alone. But solitaires doesn't make sense. So I thought, well, maybe solitaires are solitary people, solitary things, where it's taking on an adjective quality. But then that raises the question, if there's many of them, how are they solitary? And so in that one single letter, in that one aspect of the grammar, so much is there, one tiny piece. So, and it raises a bunch of questions that are in my mind for me to answer as I go along. And on a larger level is, in Stevens, I always look at color. And color is a great place to start if you feel like you don't know where you're going. Because color symbolism is very common and it has a lot of very universal meanings. It's in Shakespeare, it's everywhere. And it's a great place to start. So with a dark green water wheel, think about green, earthly, natural. There's also the connotation of riches and wealth. Think of a dark green sea without in the mid-sea where it's at night. It's very rich, it's very dark. It's sort of chthonic even. It's very intense. So you can look at it that place and then maybe zoom out a little bit, and you see a repeating structure, the beginning and the end, where the place of the solitaires, undulation, the end, solitaires, undulation. So it's like this water wheel, it is a circular motion. It is circular like the word undulation. And then, well, there's a little piece right there. There's where they connect. And that's just a piece of it. And even now, after I've written about this poem, and after I've talked about this poem right now, I still don't know exactly what this poem means. Because I don't think you really can know what a poem means. That's kind of like not a real thing in a way. Yeah. Where it's like, you can know what it means to you. Because there is no real objective poem. If there is a new version of it every time it is spoken, every time it is written, every time it is printed, every time it is thought about or remembered, it becomes a new poem. That's like something really special about like this one in particular that made me think about that. The solitary nature, the undulation, the movement, the water, the circular nature of it. It's just very beautiful. And even though I feel like I don't really get it still, I still love it and I still find it beautiful. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Then mine, I wanted to more focus on like the impacts of society when you are creating poetry. And beat poetry, I think, is a great example. And so I'm going to go kind of into what beat poetry means and why it was created. So, and I have some notes that I'm just going to read. Beat poets attempted to write in an authentic, unthreaded style. Their quote unquote first thought, best thought was essentially how beat poets described their method of spontaneous writing, which I think kind of ties into like just genuinely feeling whatever you're feeling in the moment and just like putting it down on paper. The word beat was first used to appropriate the meaning of upbeat, a strong association with music in the beat poet's work is also apparent, as the beat refers to percussive rhythms. And growing up, I played percussion for like 7 or 8 years. And so I think that's also one reason why beat poetry really stuck with me, because of that rhythmic quality to it. The Beat Generation is one of the defining campaigns of American poetry and one of the essential parts of the broader modernist movement. The Beat Generation was focused on rethinking how writers and poets regarded contemporary culture, the past, and the future. And that reminds me of something you said, where it's very impermanent. Like, if you have, let's say, this poem, and I read it today in 2022, and I get this meaning out of it, in 50 years, if someone was to read this poem again, because of how society and culture changes all around you, you might get a totally different feeling from it. More than half a century after their appearance, the Beats still offer exuberant style, a sense of spontaneity and freedom for the natural world, almost unrivaled in literature. So now I'm going to read this poem. I did Barry Snyder, and this is called Rip Rap. Lay down these words before your mind like rocks, placed solid by hands. In choice of place, wrap of things. Hobble of Milky Way, straying planets. These poems, people, lost ponies with dragging saddles, and rocky surefoot trails. The world's like an endless, 4-dimensional game of go. Ants and pebbles in the thin loam, each rock a word, a creek-washed stone. Granite ingrained with torment of fire and weight. Crystal and sediment linked and hot, all change in thoughts as well as things. And then I wrote, Rip Rap speaks of how to live as well as how to write and read poetry. Poetry as a mental text, which is reading it, and as a relationship, forms part of the world in which humans find themselves and is a source of clues by which they may interpret that world and their place in it. But place is also a relationship, an activity, or a game of go. This poem, while embodying its theme and form the aesthetic concepts displayed throughout Rip Rap, also embodies a way to learn the world, and a world by which to learn the way. This way is nothing short of being in the world, a constantly transitory process. It is crucial to realize that the Rip Rap collection ends with an emphasis not on coming to terms with the world, but on the recognition that the world constantly changes, as humans must change their perceptions to keep pace. And I think that also ties back into what I said about reading this poem 50 years later. The meaning is constantly changing, and that is something that I find.
It's if people change, then the poem will change. Or it acts like us. Because it is us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
So, want to do questions?
Yeah, sure. You have any?
After reviewing
I knew what I was, like, I kept coming back to them, I'm like, no, this isn't right. And then it just started being more right. Like, oh, I was like neglecting.
From a different perspective, because before taking Dr. White's class, I
I honestly didn't really care for poetry because I didn't know how to read it correctly. And so doing this project has really opened my eyes to how to read poetry. And it's kind of helped me delve into writing a little bit of my own. Still definitely.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Becca, your capstone, which you mentioned earlier, throw some poetry in. What your capstone project is a little bit, and then discuss how this way to read poetry informs your overall project.
Okay. So my capstone approach to poetry, it's at 4 to 5 in this room if you'd like to come see it. And it's basically about a poet who found these works of poetry in India. And in his poetry, like the feeling he would get from looking at those works of art translated into his poetry. The works of art were used in my religious practice, which was a form of meditation where if you were to place that work up on a wall, you would like look at it, meditate to it. It was very calming, very geometric shapes, just very simple. They're meant to calm the mind when you envision them. And he later on went to write a book of poetry, and I saw a lot of connections in his poetry that related to the art, like the influence that the art had on his poetry. And so I think that there are a lot of factors that can influence poetry, I guess, in your creation and why you make it. What was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
Well, just how your understanding of how to read poetry informs your interpretation of the poems and the paintings and that.
If I had not taken Dr. White's class, my capstone would be totally different because I had no interest in poetry at all, as I said. And so reading poetry has also, like, I'm an art and an English major, and I've always been an artist. And I felt like I had meaning in my work, but through doing my capstone project and taking Dr. White's poetry class, I realized that they were so interconnected and I hadn't even realized it. And they really influence each other. And learn, and especially with this project, it keeps giving me a deeper meaning on how to interpret anything in life, honestly. Beginning with poetry and art, but you can apply all of these ways of interpretation to many other things, I would say.
Yeah, it's a sort of process of thought. I mean,
Yeah.
there's ways that you can apply it. And even like when we were talking a bit about art, and like it's a lot of ways that, when I did a bit of art history, the way I was like, the way you look at a painting, the way you look at sculpture, the way you can look at film, at television, any type of art really, where it's an interaction between you and the piece.
Yeah.
And it's like, it gives you an insight into the artist, into the piece, into yourself, into whatever they're speaking about, whatever they're painting about.
Mm-hmm.
And you could probably even find a way to use it in like conversation with people, like to understand what other people think. Because what people say reveals things.
Mm-hmm.
It's I think mindful is just such a perfect word for it.
Yeah.
Of paying attention, and there's that full, like, because the book we used was to have this Buddhist philosophy to it, of letting things flow, letting things be as they are. It's really beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about the joy of poetry. I mean, obviously there's traditions of joy, like the
praise poem, odes or homages or whatever. But I often feel in poets like Stevens, for example, who was a very lugubrious person, I think. But I sense a lot of joy in his poetry, something like consolation and the fact that his romantic side of himself, which he could never explore in life, is explored in his poetry. Yeah, we thought about something about the joy of like forms or something.
Yeah, it's like a beauty of creation. Or I know you see the poems they are very angry and upset usually. I write a lot about bad things but there's something so relieving about it. Being able to turn sadness and anger into something beautiful and something that can be understood and something that is ordered and organic, something that has these dualities. And feeling that in other people's poetry as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes.
Not good communication on that.
All right, who's my first up? Emily? All right, Emily, let's get you. Which one is yours?
It is mental health.
Okay. Want to share it? Okay, let me go over some rules for the room. My name is Kat Wiles. I'm the Assistant Director of Career Services. Had to think about that one. Student volunteer will be here keeping time. He will hold up a sign for you when it gets down to time to be paying attention to how long you're going. If somebody asks you a question at the end, I need you to repeat the question so that the people on Zoom can understand what the question was because they can't hear.
Okay.
You don't have to wear a mask, and I think that's it. All right. So, Emily Owen, it's all yours.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Owen. I just wanted to take a second to thank you guys for being here today.
I can't see you.
For being here today, I really appreciate that. So let's get started. Today, I'm going to be speaking on the relationship between mental health and drug addiction in recovering addicts. I want to focus on the quality of life and social support systems that these individuals are going through the recovery process and how that correlates to successful completion of recovery programs. Although addiction and abstinence from one drug can be very difficult, Nesvik stated in a study in 2015 that most drug users used one or more substances throughout their drug addiction. A little bit of a background. Social support and mental well-being are continuing difficulties within our society. Social support does not only originate from family, but close peers, mentors, all contribute and are all considered part of the social support network needed to help recovering addicts. Concerning our healthcare system, substance abuse disorders, adverse health effects, and economic liabilities, they all take part. And these expenses cost billions of dollars in medical services and treatment rehabilitation that can be minimized with the right research and foundation to help recovering addicts found in these situations. It is essential that people that are struggling with drug addiction seek recovery programs. So the purpose of my research was to determine the relationship between mental health and drug addiction in recovering addicts who have received support through recovery programs by measuring social support and well-being. The participants, I received a total of 14 respondents, 6 male and 8 female. The average age was 40. As you can see here, 64.3% reported multiple drug use, and 35.7% reported single drug use. Alcohol was the most common drug of choice for these 14 respondents. And I want to talk about tobacco. I don't know if you can see this kind of in the bottom here, but I chose to exclude tobacco from my research because although it is classified as a drug, I wanted to specifically hone in on drugs that affected the physiological aspects, such as alcohol, cocaine, heroin, the harder stuff. My data was collected between January and March. I used 2 self-reported measures. The first one is the social provision scale. The social provision scale measured 6 subcategories. It measured guidance, reassurance of worth, social integration, attachment, nurturance, and reliable alliance. And the second one is a World Health Organization Wellbeing Index called the WHO-5, and that measured the well-being of the participant. The quantitative measures were the mental health status overall, and the overall satisfaction of their support system based on a scoring method through survey. So I wanted to establish the correlation between SPS scores and WHO-5 scores to successfully complete recovery programs and relapse occurrences. I used the Spearman correlation. I had an average of 75.7% for SPS scores and 75.7% based on a 100-point scale, and an 8.6 for WHO-5 scores based on a 25-point scale. And surprisingly, I found that this was really low, considering that the WHO-5 is measuring well-being of these participants, and the support system was being measured by the SPS scores, which was, pretty high. So that was an interesting component. And my statistical significance was set at 0.05. So for the results section of my research, the data here on the left, I found no significance when I ran the data, but I chose to incorporate it because it was a very large part of my research. The significance between the correlation between the SPS scores and successful completion of a recovery program had a low negative correlation. The SPS score and relapse occurrences post-recovery program had a moderate negative correlation. The WHO-5 score went correlated to the successful completion of a recovery program had a very weak negative correlation. And the WHO-5 score and the number of relapse occurrences post-recovery program had a weak negative correlation. On the right here, you can see that there is a very strong positive correlation between the number of relapses and the number of successfully completed recovery program at 0.71. However, there was a very big issue with my research because after I analyzed the raw data against this, didn't quite make sense. Because when I introduced my survey to these participants, they were asked, how many times have you successfully completed a recovery program, and how many times have you relapsed after completing a successfully completed a recovery program? And this doesn't make sense quite because, for example, if a participant went to a recovery program for alcohol addiction and went home, they were doing great for 2 months, were on their couch, it was a bad Monday, and they had a beer. That's technically a relapse. However, they might not have gone to a recovery program in that instance. So that's kind of why it doesn't correlate specifically, but that could just be a limitation within the data. So for my conclusion, as I just mentioned previously, there was a strong correlation between the effects on how many times successfully completion of a recovery program to the relapse occurrences. And although there was no significant relationship between drug of choice and homelessness and successfully completion of a recovery program and number of relapses, I do believe further researching this area could prove beneficial for recovering addicts in response to different drug categories. I had a very strong limitation with this research. One is it's a survey that I went out, and it's really hard to get people to take a survey, especially to talk about drug addiction. And so that was a really big limitation. I was unable to survey private groups, or I was in a private group, submitted my survey, and they took it down. So that was a huge limitation. And the validity of answer choices or potential falsifications of answers could have negatively affected my research. Does anyone have any questions?
Tell me again about the reason about the tobacco.
Mhm.
And just repeat that again, because I missed it.
Okay, so I excluded tobacco from my research. The question was why she just wanted me to like reiterate tobacco, why I excluded it from my research. And I just didn't feel like it was a necessary component to addiction of recovery. I just didn't feel that, you know, alcohol impairs your mindset, cocaine impairs that, you know, methamphetamines is a very strong addiction, drug addiction. So I just didn't feel that tobacco usage was kind of fit into that category. And I felt like people were going to ask, you know, but what about tobacco? So that was kind of why I kind of steered away from that.
That was a good decision. I mean, people since smoke out, they may have cancer as a result. But I think that was a good decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, with the other, about the guy who had a bigger, think about if you do something like this or do this again or expand it further, could you add some questions? So we have to explain what relapse was to do. Since you found this out about that being a little bit of a limitation.
I do think that is a really good question because I think that happens so many times with people and they think I'm strong enough to recover. It's just once. Yeah, just once, not going to hurt anything. Yeah, and it goes, yeah, exactly. So I do think that further giving people that kind of option is beneficial. Yeah. Mhm.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Emily. Let's give her a big hand. Come on.
All right, who's up next? Is it Knox or is it Joanna?
It is Joanna.
Okay, they have you down reversed name. Which name, which one are you?
The last one.
Okay. And we're going to share, maybe. All right, Joanna Knox up next.
Sure. Okay. Hold on just a
Yeah,
second.
very fine.
You got it? Okay, all right.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Joanna, and thank you so much for coming today. I'm going to be discussing research that I did on the effects that workload can have on the mental health of college students. However, I'll be primarily focusing on anxiety and depression factors. Anxiety and depression are a common occurrence among college students. This may have to do with the outlying factors that college students are forced to face as they enter this new chapter in their lives. They're not only having to balance school, but they may also have to take on a job or maintain scholarships with academics or athletics just so that they can pay their college tuition or school debt. This can be a problem because it's been found that there is a lack of effort in one area due to another if too much focus is put into one. A research done by Kristen found that increased attention to work can decrease study efforts. This is so if someone is thriving in work and they're performing well at work, their actual academic excellence may be declining. This is unfortunate because this is also true for extracurricular activities, and extracurriculars are found to be necessary for students to perform well. College students face all sorts of stressors as they enter these new environments, not just college, but also adult life when they're leaving home, making new friends, and also the workforce if they're having to take on a job. So these can lead to concerning health outcomes like mood disorders, alcohol and drug abuse, negative sleep habits, and last but not least, anxiety and depression. Unfortunately, sometimes these negative health outcomes go unnoticed because students are either embarrassed to come forward about it or there's a lack of resources available for them. The purpose of my study was to analyze the relationship workloads such as sport participation, academic load, and work hours can have on anxiety and depression symptoms in college students. For my study, I had a goal of gaining at least 50 participants. I was actually able to get 68 participants through my convenient sample. I made a Microsoft Form survey and posted it on the Piedmont University app. And the link was posted on the app 6 times over the month of March. However, before posting a new link, I deleted the prior one just so there wasn't any confusion with that. And then all of the participants, their information was completely anonymous. They all had to be at least 18 and provide consent prior to continuing with the survey. I found that 82% of the participants were aged between 18 and 22. 13 were aged between 23 and 27. And then I found that only 1% were aged between 28 and 32, and 3% were over the age of 32. I also found that 76% of my participants were on-campus residents, while the other 24% are off-campus and either commuting or working online. The survey that I provided to participants contained a demographic questionnaire, the consent form. It had a generalized anxiety disorder questionnaire and the Goldberg depression questionnaire. I also provided help resources that are available at Piedmont University. Then the average amount of time it took for all of the participants to take the survey was 6 minutes and 43 seconds. I had expected to be 5 minutes, but there were some that brought that number up. For my procedures, the demographics that I collected, I asked them for their age, their gender, their living situation, whether that be on or off campus. I asked them about their employment status, how many work hours they work, whether that be part-time, full-time, or overtime. I also asked them about their amount of credit hours as full-time or part-time students. And then I asked them about their work location. This was just wondering if they were working on or off campus, as well as their participation in sports. The GAD-7 measures anxiety, and the Goldberg Depression Questionnaire measured depression. These charts show you the scoring for the GAD-7 and the Goldberg Depression Questionnaire. The GAD-7 used a 4 possible answer Likert scale, ranged from not at all to very likely. And then the Depression Questionnaire used a 6 possible answer Likert scale that was ranged from not at all to very much. I found that the GAD-7 had 4 different levels of anxiety that it classified the participants into, ranging from normal to mild anxiety, moderate anxiety, and severe anxiety. And then the Goldberg questionnaire had 6 different levels of depression, from no depression likely, possibly mildly depressed, borderline depression, mild moderate, moderate severe, and severely depressed. For my statistical analysis, all my results were found using Excel and SPSS software. In SPSS, I set my significance at 0.05. I used an independent t-test to look at the difference between genders. I used a Pearson correlation to look at relationships between demographics. And then I used the Spearman correlation to look at the relationship between the GAD-7 and Goldberg scores compared to each other and compared to the demographics. I also used this scoring that was on the last side, and I made it into a more simple format on SPSS. So the Goldberg scores were scaled from 0 to 5, with 0 being no depression likely and 5 being severe. And then GAD-7 was scaled from 0 to 3, with 0 being normal and 3 being severe anxiety. For my results, I actually found that 99% of the students had full-time credit hours between 12 and 18, with only one person having part-time credit hours between 6 and 11. I also found that 71% of the participants are employed, with 85% of them working part-time, 10% working full-time, and 5% working overtime. I did find it interesting that only 19% of my participants participated in sports, just because I know in my classes I have a lot of sports people that play sports, and so I expected this number to be higher. I did find that anxiety was higher, which I had expected. There were 34% that had severe anxiety, 38% had moderate, 19% had mild anxiety, and only 7% had normal anxiety. And then for depression, I found this to be more in the middle. As you can see, borderline depression only had 9%, but possibly mild depressed had 27%, and mild moderate had 24%. While only 9% of the students were severely depressed, I found that only 12% had no depression likely, which is a very concerning number. As I had stated, I set my statistical significance for correlations at 0.05. I found that there was no significant difference between the genders. And I also found that there was no significant relationship between workload as it's related to anxiety and depression scores. However, there was a strong positive relationship between the GAD-7 and Goldberg scores, as you can see in the scatter plot, with the R value at 0.612. As you can see, if they had a higher GAD-7 score, it made them more likely to have a high Goldberg score as well. While I was able to find significant results with my study, there were some limitations that I didn't consider. So additional demographic factors could have played a part, such as their family relationships, their well-being with their families, their financial situation, as well as their performance in like school, work, and whatever sport they play. I also didn't consider the timing that I posted my survey. This was sort of mid-semester, so people may have been stressing about midterms or mid-semester projects, and that could have made my numbers higher. I also had significantly more females than males in my study. In past research, it's been found that females typically have a higher negative health outcomes than men, but that wasn't found to be true in my study, and that may be due to the fact that I didn't have a very big male population to work with. In conclusion, I found that increases in GAD-7 scores were related to an increase in Goldberg scores, showing that there is a positive relationship between the presence of anxiety and depression. However, there was not a significant relationship between the workload of the students and their perceived anxiety and depression scores. In research done by Pedrelli, my results compared to it, because he found that if you had a negative health outcome already, you were more likely to have another one. So that shows how anxiety and depression were correlated. And then, however, in research done by Wood, he found that, like I had said, women had a higher prevalence of negative health outcomes, which was not true in mine. And he also found that workload and negative health outcomes were related. This may be due to the fact that we had a different demographic features that we looked at. as well as the fact that we collected our data differently. He used a semi-structured interview, so he was able to get more details from the participants and looked at their performance as well as their experiences between work and school, and found that a negative environment and a negative performance were correlated to negative health outcomes. Future research could look at college students compared to non-college students. I'm mostly focused on college students, so was not able to identify if simply being a college student is the reason for the decline in mental health. We could also look at a more equal male versus female population. As I had stated, my research was not in line with past research. So looking at a more even population would likely possibly yield different results and be more in line with past research. As I stated, as one of my additional demographic, one of my limitations, additional demographics were not considered, and that may have an impact on depression and anxiety. Depression has been shown to relate to negative sleep habits as well as alcohol and drug abuse. And so that could be a starting point for future research to use for questions that they ask. Despite not finding a relationship between workload and anxiety and depression like I had originally thought prior to my study, there was still a high prevalence of anxiety and depression in the students that I found, which shows that there's need for more research on the well-being of students, as well as looking at the resources that are available to them and how likely they are to actually use those resources, as well as come forward about anxiety and depression factors that they have issues with. Here are all the references that I used for my study. That concludes my presentation. Did anybody have any questions? Yes.
You took your data as a combination of the number of credit hours and the number of work hours per week. I understand you looked at credit hours against and then work hours against. Were you able to like pull those things together for individuals to see if they had different results on their GAD and whatnot?
Yeah, so she just asked if I looked at the relationship between work hours and credit hours. I did put all of my demographics in line with each other, and I didn't find that there was any significant relationships between any of them, which I found to be surprising. I had expected those that had more work hours to possibly have less credit hours. But as I guess we could see that most of the students had full-time credit hours. If I had possibly, I guess, taken into account like more in detail, if they had 12 credit hours or if they had 18, that may have showed some different results though.
Yeah, so usually we think about like a credit hour is requiring 3 hours of your time during the week, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Like an hour, let's say those 3 hours in class, let alone whatever it is you're doing outside.
Yes.
You could say someone with 12 credit hours plus then if they were working 20 hours, like that would be a total of 56 hours.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, happy.
So I have two questions. Do you think anxiety and depression would be higher in students who were first time in college students versus students who had parents that have been to college?
So she's asking if I thought there would be a difference between anxiety and depression factors in students that this is their first time in college or first time in their family in college compared to students that have had parents that went to college. I do think that there would probably be a difference. Unfortunately, I didn't do my research on that, but I think that it would likely show that students that haven't, I guess, had family that have been to college would be able to, they would probably have more negative health outcomes.
And you have the college counselor sitting in the room with you. over
Yes,
there.
I do.
I think she'd be interested to know, did you find out, are we offering enough services? Or is there something better we could be doing?
So that could probably be something for future research. I did actually provide the counselors information in my survey at 4 different points, just so they knew that that resource was available. I also, depending on the score they got on their GAD-7 and Goldberg questionnaire, I let them know if it was severe enough for them to need to get help and provided that information for them. I think that future research could look at if the students were using those resources. Yes, how can I help you?
What was your total sample in SCCA as a possible sample size? And how many did you end up with?
Oh, so I had a goal of 50 participants, but I actually had 68 participants.
Okay, and there was, everybody answered. Now, everybody, so did you ask when it was 68 and you ended up with 68?
So I actually had 72 people that responded to the survey, but due to, I guess, them not completely finishing the survey, it was left out of my results. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that in my limitations.
So you just put it out there and whoever responded, so we have a target. No, but I mean, when you sent out the survey, it was just on the web and then you did that.
Yes, it was.
I like the fact that you included the council, because I thought about that, oh my goodness, that's just alarming to me, to be at this stage of your life and be impressed with him.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was definitely surprised to see, I guess, how I was expecting the higher anxiety scores, but the depression scores I had hoped would be lower.
That was good to do that.
Yeah, me too, for sure. Yeah, did anybody else have any questions? Okay, awesome, thank you. You did a good job.
Addie Bolton times 2. Which one are you? Athletic burnout? No. Mental health.
That's me.
Okay.
That's me. Oh,
Okay. Hang on, I want to let her get ready. I want to mention to y'all again while we've got a minute, the QR code's up here to scan if you want to scan. Judges ready? All right, next up is Addie Bolton.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Addie Bolton, and I chose to research the relationship between course load and student athlete burnout for my capstone project. I thought it was a very original and relevant topic to study, and I appreciate everyone who came out today to listen.
Hold on, don't mash your thanks. Yeah, you got it. There you go.
So as I stated, I researched burnout among collegiate student athletes. I chose this topic because studies that research the psychological health of athletes are far less common than studies that study elements of physical health. And this is largely because athletes are viewed as incredibly resilient and high functioning, especially once they reach the collegiate level. So the need for these kind of studies often goes unfulfilled. The lack of research could also be due to the fact that it's more difficult to study psychological variables than physical factors. So, and then these studies also produce less straightforward results. So the benefit of using these studies in the first place comes into question. So, however, the athletic community is recognizing that athletes are just as likely to experience challenges with their mental health and motivation as the general population. The overarching questions I researched was whether a relationship exists between a large course load, which I classified as 18 plus credit hours, and burnout level among student athletes at a D3 university. And then I also studied the relationship between mental health and burnout level, and then sport longevity and burnout level. And sport longevity is just the number of years the athletes have competed in their sport. So that being said, the pillars I chose to do for my literature review were academic and graduation related responsibilities, mental health, and then sport longevity. And then I chose these because these are the areas of research that have showed in the past to contribute to high burnout level in athletes. So when I was researching how academic and graduation requirements lead to burnout, I reviewed studies that detail the difficulty of time management for college athletes. And I found that it can lead to academic stress, and heavier course loads usually lead to more stress and burnout. And while researching mental health, I reviewed studies that talked about the prevalence of anxiety and depression among athletes, and then also other studies that talked about how there's a greater prevalence of mental illness that exists among female athletes versus males. And then finally, I researched the psychological and physiological impact of sport longevity, and then the effect of sport specialization versus diversification during youth, which is just, are you playing one sport while you're young, or are you diversifying and trying all of them? So for my study, the subjects I chose were strictly athletes from a small Division III university in Northeast Georgia. And I recruited these athletes to participate via an email sent by their respective coaches. So I emailed all the coaches at this university this survey link, and then they sent it to all the athletes on their roster. So participating athletes followed the link and completed the following: a consent form, a demographic survey that asked them to provide their gender, age, grade, sport, and the number of credit hours they're currently taking. And then once they completed those two, they did the athlete burnout questionnaire, which assessed their degree of burnout and the factors that cause it. So I got a total of 55 athletes to participate in my study. 28 were male and 27 were female, so there was pretty equal representation there. And then I also found that 16 of them that participated run track and field, 11 play baseball, 10 play basketball, 8 play tennis, 6 play lacrosse, 2 are on the cycling team, 1 plays volleyball, and 1 runs cross country. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the main survey I use, which is the athlete burnout questionnaire. And it's basically a survey that contains 15 statements. And these statements fall into 3 different categories or subscales. There's 5 statements for each of these subscales. The subscales are physical and emotional exhaustion, which I will refer to as PEE, reduced sense of achievement, RSA, and devaluation of sports practice, which is DSP. For each statement, athletes responded to using the Likert scale, where they rated their level of agreement to each of the statements on a scale from 1 to 5. If they responded with a 1, it means that they almost never felt the way that the statement said, and if they responded with 5, then they almost always agreed with the statement. And then this slide just again shows the different subscales. So sport devaluation is just measuring the athlete's loss of interest or devaluation of their sport if they're experiencing that. Physical and emotional exhaustion measures it's pretty self-explanatory, their physical, emotional, and mental depletion. And then reduced accomplishment just signifies that they have a lack of goals and plans in their sport, and that leads to them feeling inadequate or incompetent. So during the statistical analysis portion of my study, I looked at each athlete's survey responses and I calculated their total ABQ score based off of that. And then afterward, I ran both one-way ANOVA tests and Pearson correlation tests in SPSS. I ran one-way ANOVA tests to determine the correlation between total burnout score by gender, total score by academic year, and then total score by sport. And then after that, I ran Pearson correlation tests to determine the relationship between their total ABQ score by credit hours, by age, by years they participated in their sport, and then by the individual subscales on the burnout questionnaire. So the one-way ANOVA test I ran revealed no significant relationship between any of the factors that I looked at. This means that with this group of student athletes, there's no significant relationship between gender and burnout score, between academic year and burnout score, and between sport and burnout score. And the Pearson correlation test I ran also revealed there's not a significant relationship between the number of credit hours they're taking and their score, the age in their score, and then the number of years they've competed in their sport and their score. However, I did find one significant relationship, and that was between the subscales and the total burnout score. And these relationships showed significance levels of 0.932, 0.892, and 0.754, respectively. So clearly we would find a positive relationship between the subscales and the total score, because strong agreements to the individual questions will lead to a higher overall score on the ABQ. But it's significant because the sport devaluation and the physical and emotional exhaustion subscales, those two at the top, have higher significance levels. As you can see by the greater positive trend on the graph. And this just indicates that these factors have more of a significant impact on burnout than the reduced sport accomplishment subscale at the bottom. So how does this data compare to what I expected to find? I hypothesized that my research would reveal a positive relationship between credit hours and burnout score. And then I also expected that older athletes would have greater burnout scores than freshmen and sophomores. I hypothesized that students would respond most strongly to questions on physical and emotional exhaustion subscale, and that it would produce the highest average score. And lastly, I thought that female athletes would produce a higher average burnout score than males, as research shows that women are 6 times more likely to complete their collegiate sport during their career. The data I found does not support any of these hypotheses. Similarly, when I compare my results to that of previous research, there is not much overlap. Previous research reports that heavy course loads do contribute to athlete burnout, but my study found no significant relationship between the number of credit hours and ABQ score. And then additionally, research argues that sport longevity correlates with reduced sport motivation at the collegiate level. My study found no significant relationship between the number of years athletes have spent in their sport and their burnout score. And then finally, previous research demonstrates that poor mentality, which is what the DSP subscale measured, contributes to a greater risk of burnout. But my study revealed that high DSP scores, oh yes, this was also significant. My study also revealed that high DSP scores do correlate with a higher score on the ABQ. I believe that the drastic differences between my study results and those of previous research could be attributed to the fact that I used a much smaller sample size than previous studies. And then, well, some of the studies I read included hundreds or thousands of students, and I only looked at 55 responses. And then I also referenced studies that were conducted at D1 universities, so the difference in training intensity between those athletic programs and the ones at this D3 university could contributed to the burnout level that I saw. And then finally, I had a very low response rate from sports that generally have higher attrition rates. So you would expect those student athletes to report higher burnout scores, but I didn't have a lot of cyclists or cross-country runners respond to my survey. So that could have allowed for some discrepancy there. So some limitations of my survey were issues with sample profiling. I had a very unequal representation from all of the sports that participated. This produced less external validity and didn't really represent the athlete population of this school very well. And then inaccurate responses to survey questions could have contributed to an incorrect estimate of overall burnout. So if student athletes were not honest on their burnout surveys and they're like, oh no, I'm completely motivated, then that would produce a inaccurate measure of burnout. And then finally, the timing of the survey sharing and response rate was another limitation. So some recommendations I have after doing this survey is if you were to redo it, I would resend the survey to specifically coaches of sports with little participation in the study. So we found cyclers are not really participating, resend the survey to those coaches. Calculate the total ABQ and subscale scores very carefully. And then finally, my clinical bottom line was that heavier course loads do not increase risk of sport burnout, at least for smaller universities or D3 universities. Devaluation of sport performance is the most influential factor that contributes to student athlete burnout in smaller universities. And then further studies should aim to research why athletes view their sports success as less important as they progress throughout their college careers. And then this is my reference list. Does anyone have any questions?
You mentioned you thought that Division I athletes might score differently on the burnout scale than Division III.
Yes.
Why?
So the question was, why would D1 athletes score differently than D3 student athletes? And I mean, their training's a lot more rigorous. So I just feel like they would produce higher burnout scores, but
Maybe they specialize longer. So was
they
that part of it?
specialize longer, yes. Yes.
I just want to say that, you come up with your hypothesis because clearly we all think this is probably what I'm going to find. And not finding it to be accurate or not scoring it that's a find too. So I don't know how many times Edison tried to write one before he got it. When that worked, but I think it kept calm.
Right.
So it doesn't matter that it didn't agree with what you thought, because that's an answer too. So.
Right.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Nobody died.
Yeah.
Lincoln for volunteering.
No.
Thanks for volunteering.
No problem.
Yeah. I don't know if I worked with that. I didn't notice it before, and I noticed it. I don't think they put the switch yet.
It's been freezing last week, so. I'm not sure. I feel it's hot.
No one for us.
Oh, yeah. Years ago, I was teaching down in Bradenton, Florida, and I was on the east side of the building, the second floor. My goodness, I was not Meridian, and I don't like the heat, so it's hard to enjoy. We didn't have air conditioning back in those days.
I was grew up in the middle of Virginia. I don't think we had. Yeah, but that is. But then school got out of it.
That's true. So we went back
After that, we went back over too.
and that gives you a chance to have a summer. We can cover school. So.
We know that. You too. You too.
Thank you. That was fun. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Have you seen how to get your certificate? Why don't you step on over there? And we need new QR codes. Did you see my reel today? I know, I should have done marketing. Looking dapper. Yeah. Might as well do it right. Don't disagree. Did you say Lynn's posting Facebook? Facebook one? Yeah, the one on Collins Studies. Did Amy really talk to it? Yes. That face. She's like, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm so sad for losing the kids too. Yeah. I don't know. Backyard, yeah. Neil said I put it all over. I even walked through the area. Finally found him. He's so sweet. He's a person who's like it hurts my soul. I know, and Neil says he got in there as a kitten and the dog nearly got him. He got under a wheelbarrow and I was able to get him out. And he went back in there again. Yeah, he got in there. Yeah. I just think my head was so bad. At least she had it better than. Mhm. A strange person's smell. Mom said she made black and did yeah. And literally like. That's funny. I told you, Domino's gonna run for it. She was past me in like 2 seconds. Oh, really? The kids are all making a run for it. Like, we have 3 grand in the house, right? Yeah. And so the only door they're not allowed behind is on the garage. It's just a kind of. No one. No one. It's like, what even like on the other side? It's cracked open, they're like, I mean. About 2 pounds, and it's gonna take me forever to get behind something in my garage. I have to get you out from behind the door. Thanks for coming. Hello. It is. Oh, I bet there's hell over there.
y'all doing? Good. How are you? Good. There he is. Let's go.
Are the numbers or something?
Sadly, yeah. We were much younger.
Yeah, we're here for you, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, was it 98?
Oh, you thought you were gonna present, we're gonna go.
I was embarrassed.
Where y'all?
If the doors stay
Wow, you guys are nuts.
Where we are, we get Gainesville on this back there. Ladies, we're gonna need to go and keep it down. Keep it harder. Oh, come on. Thanks. You're so fake. The worst is when we get off the bus, right? We wait for everyone to get on, so we can walk in together. Everybody's off the bus, we're ready to go. Coach Kelly takes off on a dead sprint. They had She said, yeah, but she can do it in front of me. Though. I know I walk fast.
But it's not hard.
My wife just stops trying to check that thing, try to keep up with me.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can just like a ball, so like roll down. This was, I didn't know if it was a video. I didn't see you. Okay. You got yours before? Yeah.
Wait,
What do you got?
Take you off mute. We're recording. Shoot screen. All right. And you can put it in presenter mode. All right, everybody, Heath Walker.
Ready? Hello, everyone. My name is Heath Waldrop, and I conducted my capstone research on injury prevalence and its effect on MLB team performance. I'm sure many of you here are at least casual MLB fans, and I know some of you are Braves fans. So you are well aware of injuries, and here is Ron Acuna as he was injured last year for most of the season. Fans and sports broadcasters often talk about the what ifs when players are injured. When considering how to effectively answer these, it needed to be decided whether to look at individual injuries or team injuries. Due to the vast number of different injuries and different types of players in the sport, it was more attainable and successful to observe team injuries rather than individual injuries. When looking at related research to this, there was minimal research regarding the MLB and how injuries impact team performance. So I looked at other countries and other sports to find some research. Croton and Associates did a study on the MLB compared to the Nippon Baseball League. They only looked at injury prevalence. They did not take into consideration winning percentage or any level of team performance. The most similar research that I found was conducted in the Qatar Soccer League in Britain. They did compare the number of people on the injured list for teams across the league and how that impacted winning percentage at the end of the season. The practical use, research in this field is practical for many reasons. It gives a new perspective for coaches, athletic trainers, players, management, and proof of injuries. That if proof of injuries is found an impact on team performance, it could push management to emphasize injury prevention more heavily. The first variable that was used as a predictor variable in injury prevalence was the total number of players on the injured list across the MLB for each team. No specifications for injury was included, so all injuries were accounted for, whether it was upper body, lower body, anything like that. The second variable that was used as a predictor variable was the total number of days on the injured list for each team. Changing gears to the third predictor variable in cost of injuries. Injuries cost MLB organizations millions of dollars each year. I'll talk later about the averages for these costs across the board. And this is the main driver for injury prevention for management, because players are still paid if they're under contract, and this is what really drives up injury costs for teams in the MLB. The variable being predicted is team performance, and this is measured by winning percentage. There are many different variables that measure team performance and individual performance in baseball, and there are a lot of numbers like slugging percentage, on-base percentage, ERA for defense and pitchers. But to encompass what I was looking at is winning percentage does this most effectively because it takes into consideration how players how players play and coaching, management, and everything that goes into a team being successful. My participants for this, since it was historic research, they were MLB teams and players who were on the injury list in the 2019 season. I used the 2019 season because of COVID. Whenever this research was being conducted, the most recent season was the 2020 season, but it was a 60-game season, which would kind of skew the injury prevalence and team performance, and some players opted out of that season. The instruments were Sport Track, which also showed the cost of individuals, teams, and across the MLB as a whole. SPSS and Microsoft Excel is where I compiled these numbers and ran tests. And to go over the variables again, the predictor variables are cost of injury, total number of players on the injured list for each team, the total number of days each player was out, and team total. and the team winning percentage is the measure for team performance and is what is being predicted. These variables were compared in SPSS using a Pearson correlation test and a regression analysis. The key numbers to look at in these tests are the p-values, R-squared value, and correlation coefficients. The main number that is taken into consideration is the R-squared, which I'll talk about in a minute. Here are some of just the descriptive statistics from these numbers. As you can see, as I talked about earlier, the cost of injuries is over $30 million on average for the team. And the most interesting thing about this is the standard deviation. It is nearly as high as the mean, which shows the vast differences between how much each team spends on injured players every year. And the total number of days is just a little over 1,700, and the standard deviation is kind of the same thing there. This is the results from the regression analysis. As you can see, the R is 0.145, which is not necessarily significant. Nearly 15% of the variance in winning percentage can be predicted by the variables that are used in injury prevalence. The hypothesis for this research was that there would be a negative correlation between the number of players and teams on the team's injured list and their winning percentage. This went along with the Qatar Soccer League, which found a negative correlation. And this meaning that as the number of players on the injured list goes up, team winning percentage and success would go down. Through the Pearson correlation test and regression analysis, as said earlier, the R-squared value was 0.145. In the Pearson correlation test, the highest correlation to winning percentage was 0.270, and that was the cost of injuries. The lowest was the total number of days on the injury list at 0.039. The Pearson correlation test compared individual variables to winning percentage, and there was no really significant ones, but as you can see, the difference between the cost of injuries and total days on the IL, cost of injuries is the most important variable to take away from the Pearson correlation test. The three main conclusions that came from this research was obviously the cost of injuries had the highest correlation, and nearly 15% of winning percentage can be predicted by these variables. Increases in the cost of injury had a positive relationship with winning percentage, which was the opposite of the hypothesis. Application for this, the results were not really significant enough to apply in the real world, but it is interesting to look at these variables in this kind of setting. The different variables, there are different variables that could depict team success or injury prevalence, and there kind of needs to be trial and error with these variables and weed out the insignificant ones and push forward more significant variables like cost of injuries. And it does bring into question the does high payroll equal high success? Because teams with more money can pay players on the injury list as well as go out and get other players who are not injured to fill their role and to still have success. There were a few limitations and difficulties with this, finding accurate and enough information on previous research. As I said earlier, I had to go to different countries and different sports to find any related research, and difficulty in determining the most effective measure of team performance. There's a lot of numbers that goes into the game of baseball, and finding one number to depict team performance was pretty difficult, and also the nature of the sport. Baseball is very unpredictable. One person holds the power for most of the game in the pitcher, and an injury to your best pitcher can be more impactful than that of a pinch runner or a right fielder or any other player. And that did make it difficult to predict a team performance based on sheerly injuries. That's all I have for now. Are there any questions? I would love to take them at this time. Yes.
Do you think there's any correlation between like these rise of the major leagues and like the minor leagues as well?
So the question was, do I think there's a correlation, any relationship between the MLB and the minor league baseball, right? I would say that it would kind of be the same deal. Probably not as much on cost of injuries because the minor league players are not paid as much. So that would need to be accounted for to study minor league baseball. Any other questions?
Give it up. Oh, and go ahead. Do you think there's a variable that you didn't look at that might have helped explain additional variance progression?
There are definitely other variables that could depict injury prevalence better, but I think more on the side of team performance and more variables to describe team performance would be more effective for future research.
Give it up for me.
Dalton, which one are you?
Actually, in the very bottom.
Okay. That it? Wrong one.
So I have to submit it. Well, I have it.
Okay, sure.
Put your name real quick and go for it.
Go for it. You found it?
Yeah, I figured out there's something wrong and I had to submit it. I guess I just didn't go.
Okay, all right. Next up, Dalton Mailer. Mailer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I got on the glasses on my head.
I'll take it. It's close enough. It'll work. How's everyone doing today? Long day, and I'm sure y'all seen a lot of presentations. I just want to say thank you for taking time out of your day just to come and listen to mine. Like she's college basketball athletes based on gender and position. So looking at college athletics as a whole, the popularity is on the rise. Even here at Piedmont, we just added a swimming program in the last couple of years and adding competitive cheer. So the opportunities for athletes in the U.S. in high school and overseas to come over and continue to play the sport that they love is on the rise and is growing. But as it comes to basketball throughout the years has evolved. We've seen many changes, such as like adding a three-point line, adding distance to that three-point line. We have centers that are actually running the floor, being able to stretch the floor and shoot threes. Karl Anthony Towns, who's a big man for the Minnesota Timberwolves, just won the three-point contest this year. So it's just kind of interesting to see how the centers have evolved in that change. And I think a lot of the change that has to do with that is kind of just an increase in flexibility. So really the main thing I wanted to talk about would just be performance variables, because that kind of shows people what it's like as the athletes are going, as athletes have been changing throughout the times. Increasing flexibility in sport also helps increase performance as well. SIF found in a study, SIF found that increasing flexibility has several benefits, such as increased range of motion in joints and with the muscles, and an increase in level of skill and efficiency, and also a prolongation of like playing sports. And as an athlete, what we'd all like to do is be able to play as long as we can and as to the best ability that we can for a long time. Also found an interesting thing by Garcia Penillos that basically said that limited lower body flexibility impacts vertical jump, agility, and sprint. And so in basketball, vertical jump is really important, as I'm sure a lot of you guys like to see everybody go up and dunk a basketball every now and then. And so those kind of ranges of motions, it hinders them to not be able to do what they want. And also too, with increasing flexibility, we also see an increase in injury prevention. And it is found that if there is a lack of muscle flexibility in the hamstrings, that it ends up causing athletes to not be able to perform at the best that they can, but also causes lower back problems and problems later on in life. And addressing those issues can help the athletes increase their performance, increase the longevity of playing, and also have less issues later in life. But when it comes to flexibility, like what are the differences when you think
And so there's a study by Valdeva found that females overall, that kind of the question that kind of what I thought throughout the research and what I want to show with the hypothesis that I came up with is that it would be greater flexibility forwards and centers. So now kind of getting into the methods. So after getting permission from the athletic director at a local university and then talking to the head coaches on the men's and women's team, I was able to recruit Division III basketball players for my study, and I kind of reached out to them beforehand because I wanted to show them or have them show up in like their groups. So as in guards, forwards, and centers, and have them show up at specific times. And they showed up one time and completed all the tests that I had them do one time only. And so basically, when they came there, they had to fill out a consent form and a demographic sheet, and players weren't allowed to like participate if they had a significant injury in the past 6 months, just because they might not be fully recovered from all of that. So with that being said, my final count of participants that I had was 25 male and female college basketball players. And so 11 of the 25 were males, and broken down right here, you can see it's 4 guards, 3 forwards, and 4 centers, which that comprised 44% of the participants, and then the rest, the 14 to 56, were females, and I ended up having 7 guards, 4 forwards, and then 3 centers. And so when they showed up on the day, they were led through a dynamic warm-up just to get them loose, the muscles kind of flowing, so that they weren't going in these test holes. And so they were asked to perform 4 tests, as you can see, a 6 tests, and they performed all accurate results. Once all the data was collected, I had to run 2 different tests. The first test was an independent sample t-test, and that was ran to look at things based on gender. And then I also did a one-way NOVA to find the differences based on position. But with the one-way NOVA, I ran it 2 separate ways, one with both males and females together, and then the other way was with them separate, so males and then females, to look at that. And then the test also ran with the significance of less than or equal to 0.05. And so as you see right here, the first 2 rows are the means and standard deviations for all 4 tests combined right there. And then this last row right here is the p-values for the independent sample t-test. And the only reason that this one is up here is because you can see right here in this bold column that the only significant value that I found right here was in the shoulder goniometer measurement. And that was just the only one I wanted to highlight right there. And then the one-way ANOVA, no matter which way I ran it, there was just no significance found anyway. So there's just no point in trying to put that up there. And so looking at the shoulder right here, you can see that when separated out on the graph right here, you can see that there's a kind of a bigger difference than you may have seen when you looked at the numbers. And kind of pointed out with the standard deviation right here, when you kind of look at the mean, the standard deviation at the top right here doesn't even compare to like just the mean of the females right here. So the males end up just not performing as well in this one test. So with that, having all the data collected, overall, there was no difference found between males and females in flexibility, and which I found kind of surprising. Because when you go back to the chart I showed, or the table, excuse me, that when you look at the test, 3 out of the 4 tests females did perform better on. So just kind of looking at that, kind of also looking back at the research, it was reported earlier that I mentioned that females showed greater range of flexibility overall. But according to this study that I did, there was just no difference found. And there could be several factors as to why that's not the case. But also too, that I also did not find any difference in positions. And that was kind of interesting to see because there was a study done by Gleim and McHugh that basically said that flexibility is based on sport and position within that sport. And so with these results that we see right here, that there was just, that did not correlate with what he had originally thought. And then also one thing I just kind of want to mention, so the males performed better than the females on the functional reach test, and that was the only test that the males did better on. And the only reason I want to mention that is one of the things I did not consider when I did my data collection was looking at anthropomorphic measures. And so there's a study done by Sarma et al. That basically found that males on average tend to be taller than females, and they also have a longer wingspan. So I think that's what kind of played a role in this factor right here, and why we kind of see that. And so with that, there are also a bunch of limitations that I like to point out. The first just being the sample size. So when conducting the research, I needed to have at least 3 people in each position to be able to do it. And so as for the men's team, I had just enough to be able to even do it. And then for the females, there was actually 7 guards, so I was able to get more guards for the females right there, but then looking at the forwards and centers, just enough to be able to even run the data. And so when running the data, honestly, there might not be able to see the overall differences just because of the base and the small sample size. And then with that too, also might not be able to see the difference shown in between positions just because of not having that small sample size. And then also too, I just mentioned like the anthropomorphic measures weren't considered. Maybe had I considered that, maybe we would have seen something different based on the functional reach test, and maybe had the females do better when looking at flexibility compared to arm length and height in that situation. So that's definitely something worth looking into in the future. And also just influence of outside factors. Maybe some of the players the study was done during the middle of the season, so maybe they kind of had some nagging injuries, just kind of been going through fatigue. Maybe the warm-up kind of wasn't effective enough in letting them be able to move. And so maybe I just didn't get as accurate numbers as I thought I could have gotten when doing it. And then also there could have just been some error on my part, having to do everything myself and having to kind of report all the numbers. Maybe I could have messed up somewhere when doing it, but just not sure right there. And so in conclusion, so there was no difference found between males and females, but also too, when I looked back at all the research that I found, all the research was conducted on people that were non-athletes. And so maybe at this time in this research that I found, maybe there is no difference in when it comes to sports being played. So that males and females are actually closer than we really think they are when it comes to sports play. And then just honestly, just having a larger sample size would be good to look at just to see if what I found here would correlate to what I could find somewhere else, or if it kind of just goes against everything that I said and maybe supports the hypothesis that I originally had. I'm not sure, but also too, I think that it's worth looking into other sports, such as like soccer, the men's and women's there, even going to be I definitely think that would be something worth looking into just to be able to have that kind of, in general, just looking at the normal population people. So that's all I have. Thank you all for listening. Is there any questions at this time? Yes, Casey. And in all honesty, I don't really know because of just having such a small sample size. And if I could go to the professional level, maybe having those years of experience, because like I said, too, getting older, we see kind of decreases in flexibility, but also at the same time, if they're playing the sport long enough, they're all honestly trying to take care of their bodies. So we could maybe see similar results. I just wouldn't know unless I had just a bigger enough kind of population to even have a better idea about it. In like 2 different ways. You can get like acute adaptations and chronic adaptations. So the acute adaptations that we see are like going through a warm up in a game, kind of doing just dynamic stuff, static stuff like that. And then to be able to see like a real change, we want to be able to do like the chronic thing, which would be basically incorporating training programs. So JJ Watt and the Watt brothers it's a good example. They actually go through like a stretching program like every night before they go to bed, just to make sure that they're maintaining and working on that. So basically what it would be is just kind of going through like normal stretches that you do on your own, but kind of incorporating that and trying to make sure you're staying on top of it. So do it like maybe 3 to 4 times a week kind of thing. Because one, it's also going to be help you with recovery and everything, but help you kind of build those changes that you want to see. Yes, Dr. Abby.
When you were looking at the mean values for your different tests, your sit and reach test, your functional reach test, did the athletes that you examined, did they have normal amounts of motion? Like were they normal range of motion? Were they less than the population? Were they better than the population?
So she asked if when looking at the means, were they normal ranges of motion, better, worse than like an average population? And to be honest, in the research that I found, I found that they're kind of just normal ranges of motion than what we could see. And with also too, it's just having such a small sample size compared to what the other studies had. Other studies had, at least 50 to 100 people, and just only having 25. Maybe that's the reason why it was just ended up being like a normal population in the study, even though they were athletes. Anything else?
Any other questions? All right. Which one of these is yours? Second? Okay. All right, next up on our list, William French.
Hello, everyone. My name is William French, and today I'll be talking to you about athletic ability in college lacrosse. For those of you who don't know, lacrosse is classified as an evasive sport, meaning it has an offense and a defense. And then in my research question, you'll see, is there a difference in athletic ability between lacrosse positions? Based on those two goals, offense and defense, there are attack, defense, and midfield. Attack plays a different role than defense and midfielders, and then vice versa. So the attack, they evade and attempt to score, and defense, they react to opposing players. And then midfielders is kind of a hybrid between the two. And they also run longer distances more consistently. So I wanted to look at those differences and see if there was like if there are difference in athletic ability besides outside of lacrosse and just with like regular components. And I chose 3 components to look at: speed, quickness, and agility. For this study, I had to define the 3 things because there are so many ways you could say you can define these things, especially with agility. I found so many different definitions. I had to break it down myself and kind of choose which direction I wanted to go. So for speed, I chose how fast the athlete moves forward in a longer distance. And then quickness, I chose how fast the athlete can move forward from a still position in a shorter distance. And then for agility, I chose the ability of the athlete to decelerate, change direction, accelerate again with a known pattern. And I'm going to get into that. That's very specific, and I'm going to get to that later. But the reason for this question is coaches have to make decisions every day about who they're going to start, who they're not going to start. And it starts on day one when they see an athlete sprint, change direction, all that stuff like that. In their team after they recruited them. Also, coaches can look at this to improve their athletes. So if my results came back to say that attackmen are quicker, they need to be quicker and don't need as much speed, then the coaches can look at that and train those athletes in a specific way to make them quicker and not have to worry about training them for specific speed over a longer distance. And then overall power, flexibility, and repeated movements goes into that. When training for agility, all these things factor in, especially the repeated movements. After your muscles do something over and over again, they become accustomed to it, and they like kind of remember what you do, so it makes it more fluid and easier to do those movements. For my participants, I open this up to a cluster group of Piedmont lacrosse players for 40 plus. However, I only got 12 male Division III athletes to come out from that team. 2 of them were attackmen, 5 were midfielders, and 5 were defenders. And just some demographics. The age range was about 20, give or take a year. The height was 71 inches. I'm sorry, that's supposed to be inches. So it's about 5'9". I'm 5'10", so a little bit shorter and a little bit taller than me. And then weight was about 180 pounds. So assessing these things, how do we assess these things? Like I said, there's a lot of possible testing controversy with these components, like reactive versus non-reactive agility. Reactive agility is with a stimulus that you don't know the pattern. So if a light shined, then you have to run to that light and run back to one spot. You don't know where the next light is going to show up, where you have to run to and come back to that spot. That's reactive. But for this study, I chose non-reactive. So I gave them the pattern. They knew what they were about to do, and they went out and did it. Through research, I chose non-reactive agility because it didn't really show a difference between reactive and non-reactive. There were non-sport athletes that don't necessarily have any reactive components in their sport that were more faster than non-reactive people like in team sports. So, and then length of the sprints, mostly you've seen like 40-yard dashes are a very common length of sprint. For mine, I chose like an in-game more experience. So I chose a little different, and I'll get into that later. So for my first test, I did two agility. One was the zigzag agility test, all forward movements, just simply change the directions and deceleration and acceleration. And for another agility test, I did a T-test, which incorporated lateral and backwards movements to kind of incorporate more of what the defense does when they're reacting to the attack. With the sprints, I did a quickness test, which was only a 10-yard sprint. That was from a dead start. I wanted to see how quickly they accelerated before they moved. And then for overall speed, I did a 30-yard sprint with a flying 30-yard jog. So during the first 30 yards, they could move it at whatever speed they wanted to. And they didn't have to sprint during that. It wasn't timed. But after they got to that 30-yard mark, they'd already built momentum and they could sprint through the finish. And that's what I wanted to time, is that movement into the finish there. So the results, the only significant thing that I got was through the zigzag agility test. And that showed through a one-way ANOVA that attackmen are quicker during that forward agility than defensemen and midfielders. I hypothesized this exact thing when I was thinking of this, but I also hypothesized that the defensemen would do better on the T-test because they had more lateral and backwards agility. However, that did not show in my results. Three positions. I thought that midfielders, since they did run longer distances more frequently, that they would show a greater speed through that 30-yard sprint, but they did not. And then the roles do sometimes overlap, which could explain why there are no differences between the speed and the T-test and the rest of them. Because sometimes the attackman do lose the ball, the defense picks it up, and the attackman will have to play defense against that defensive man and vice versa. So roles do overlap. And then my limitations, I had a small sample size, only 12 athletes overall came out. And then the number of players in each position, I was hoping to get the same number in each position. However, I only got 5 of the midfielders and defensemen and 2 of the attackmen. So that could have skewed the results for the attackmen, which gave them a significant difference. And then the coaches' recruitment style. Coaches, like I said at the beginning, they make decisions based on who they want to recruit, who they want to play. So they might recruit a bigger guy to play defense. They don't need quickness. They want strength and size. And vice versa. For attack, they might want a quicker guy. That shows the significance. Any questions? Yeah.
So you were saying about the attackmen, how they're
So how to improve like an attackman and based on their position. So like I said, the significance show that forward quickness was more significant, like that attackmen were significantly faster in forward quickness. So if you wanted to improve that, you would do more explosive power. Flexibility is a big thing with agility. And those
is yours.
Thank you.
Sure, Lauder. Up next, Gabriella Lauder.
Good afternoon, everyone. As she mentioned, my name is Gabby Lauder, and today we're going to be discussing ACL injuries in collegiate athletes. So thank y'all so much for coming out to listen. I know it's probably been a long day for a lot of y'all, so I appreciate it. So the big picture problem that I want to discuss today. So females are 10 times more likely to injure their ACL when compared to male athletes, which is alarmingly high. And within the last 12 years, there's been a 77% increase in the number of ACL injuries in female athletes alone. There are over 800 ACL tears in the US annually, so that's not even worldwide, with over 200,000 ACL surgeries performed each year. So the estimated cost of an ACL surgery is roughly $17,000, and that doesn't include any of the post-op doctor's office visit costs or physical therapy. And for someone who's recovering from an ACL injury, they're going to need to be in therapy for at least 4 to 6 months, if not. Typically, the timeline for recovery is 9 months, so that's a lot of out-of-pocket patient costs, excuse me. So just a little quick knee anatomy. There's 4 major ligaments in the knee. So I have this fancy little diagram here. So you have your MCL or your medial collateral ligament, the LCL, lateral collateral ligament, and then sitting behind the patella, you have the ACL, which sits directly in front of the PCL. So today we're going to be discussing the ACL, which is the anterior cruciate ligament. And its main job is to prevent anterior tibial translation, which it's kind of hard to show on this diagram, but it's basically when your tibia shifts forward when you're moving. And it is most commonly injured due to non-contact mechanisms that can be typically found in sports where there's a lot of planting, cutting, pivoting, changing direction. It's sometimes you can tear it from contact, so if you get into a tackle with someone, but it's most commonly occurred due to non-contact. So there's a lot of risk factors that can tie into ACL ruptures, but the main ones I want to focus on being first is posterior tibial slope. So what I mean by that is when your tibia is on the lateral side of the knee, so this side, when it's increased, so instead of being flat like this, your meniscus are supposed to lie flat, it is shifted this way. It causes an internal rotation of the tibia, which directly places force on that ACL, so that can predispose you to a rupture. Additionally, increased meniscal slope. So one study that I found talked about in individuals with joint degeneration, whether that be from just wear and tear from life or in patients who had partial or total meniscectomies, they are much more likely to tear their ACL because the meniscus acts as the secondary restraint to anterior tibial translation. So what I mean by that is that in people who are ACL deficient or don't have ACLs, the meniscus is the next best thing to keep that tibia from shifting forward. So that is why in individuals who don't have a meniscus or it's worn down and not acting as it's supposed to, you can be in an increased risk for ACL tear. Additionally, females are found to have a decreased femoral notch size and a decreased ACL size. So what the femoral notch is, this little groove right here, and the ACL sits inside of it. So females typically have a more narrow notch, so the ACL will become impinged, and that can increase your risk for rupture. And additionally, females are just inherently smaller than males. So when you think about sport-specific movements, females are going to be withstanding some of the same forces that are found, say, in basketball. Like the same movements are going to be the same, but because they have smaller ACLs, the tensile strength of that ACL is going to be less than that of a male. So they will be more likely to tear their ACL. Additionally, females have wider hips because we're made to childbirth, so they're going to have an increased acute angle. And the acute angle is the quadriceps angle, and that is the angle from your ASIS of your pelvis down to the midpoint of your patella, and that line intersects with the midpoint of the patella to your tibial tuberosity where the patella tendon inserts. So a lot of studies had kind of mixed reviews on what is considered a normal Q angle, but overall, I found that 12 to 20 would be considered a normal Q angle, and anything above 20 degrees is considered excessive and increases your risk for an ACL tear. So females typically have wider Q angles. Additionally, a decreased neuromuscular response time can also increase your risk for ACL tears and valgus collapse. So valgus collapse and Q angle go kind of hand in hand. So a lot of valgus collapse is attributed to muscular weaknesses and imbalance, specifically in your gluteus medius and your vastus medialis, which is one of the quadriceps muscles. So there have been studies that have shown that links between weakness in those two muscles and an increased valgus collapse. So especially in females, but in any athletic population, ideally you want your hamstring to quadricep ratio to be closer to 1:1. But typically in a normal person, it's 1:2. So meaning hamstring to quad would be 1:2. And that can increase your risk for an ACL tear, because if you have weaker hamstrings, if you think about where the hamstrings insert on the tibia, they come and wrap around and insert on either side right here. So if you have weak hamstrings, your tibia is going to shift more anteriorly. So that same kind of mechanism that I was talking about earlier. So neuromuscular response time, like I said, weak hamstrings is a great risk factor for ACL tears. So when you have weak hamstrings or a decreased hamstring to quadricep ratio, the hamstring's ability to fire at an effective rate is going to be limited. And then hormonal differences is another big factor for ACL tears. So there's a study that showed that they've actually found estrogen and progesterone in the ACL cells. So when females are menstruating, it can actually increase tissue laxity, which decreases collagen synthesis and decreases the tensile strength during their menstrual cycle. So some studies suggest that oral contraceptives can actually decrease the risk of an ACL rupture. And then sport type is another big one. So like I mentioned earlier, a lot of ACL tears can occur due to non-contact mechanisms, specifically up to 84% of those ruptures occurred in non-contact mechanisms. So that main mechanism, like I said, was hip adduction with internal rotation and foot pronation. So those are all big risk factors. And Murata et al. Actually found a study, or they performed a study that suggested that specifically eccentric loading of the quadriceps, so in movements where you're having to defend, like in lacrosse or basketball or soccer, that actually puts 2 times more force on the quadriceps muscle than just regular concentric quad contractions. So the purpose of my study is I wanted to explore certain gender differences The second one that I hypothesized is that females who had a previous ACL injury were menstruating when the injury occurred. So my methods, I recruited 80 male and female NCAA Division III participants, and there was 56 females and 24 males. Individuals must be cleared for full sport participation and have no previous history of any knee or ankle injuries within the past 3 months. And they were just recruited through convenient sampling based on their availability. So the instruments that I used for my study was a consent form, a previous knee occurred. And then I also used the Dartfish smartphone app, so that allowed me to analyze biomechanical movements and measure out the angles of their valgus collapse. And I also used a goniometer. So after obtaining IRB approval and clearing it with the AD and coaches, I provided the participants with their consent form and previous knee injury questionnaire. And then upon doing so, I then took their Q angle measurement from their ASIS to the patella and the tibial tuberosity with the goniometer on their right leg. And they were lying in the supine position when I took this measurement. Then I had them perform a total of 3 single leg box jump landings from an 18-inch box jump while they were doing it with the Dartfish app, and I collapsed. So I ran through SPSS, the independent t-test, a one-way ANOVA, and a chi-squared analysis. So these are just some pictures from my study that I wanted to include just to show y'all kind of what I mean when I'm talking about valgus collapse. So the individuals on the left and the right are considered to have excessive valgus collapse. And so basically, if you think about a straight line being 180 degrees, you would subtract whatever their value is from 180. So the individual on the left would have 50 degrees of valgus collapse, which is extremely excessive because, as I mentioned earlier, anything above 20 is excessive. And then the individual in the middle is a good example. I wanted to provide y'all with a not so good one and a good one. So good example, good neuromuscular control and good valgus collapse. So my results, there was a significant relationship between valgus collapse and non-dominant leg status in female athletes. And the p-value I was using was 0.05, and the p-value that I got from this was 0.005. So it was significant. Also, there was a significant relationship between Q angle by gender. So females had larger Q angles as I predicted. There was no significance between the number of ACL injuries and sport type. And there was also no significant relationship between females with the previous ACL injury and menstrual status. So here's just kind of a graph with my data on it. Basically, I'm just looking at this 0.005 value, which was significant. So females and their non-dominant valgus collapse, and then also their Q angle. So discussion. So I think this was really interesting to me when I found this because non-dominant leg status plays a huge role in any sport-specific movement. So if you think about when you are going to kick a soccer ball, the plant leg while you kick a soccer ball is that eccentric loading on the quadriceps. So that's one of the main mechanisms for ACL injury. Additionally, like pitching and softball, that follow through where your hip is going into adduction and internal rotation, and other movements such as landing from a jump or going up for a layup in basketball. So I think this is why it's very important to improve hamstring strength, glute strength, and neuromuscular control in any athlete, but especially in the high school and collegiate athletes, because nowadays you hear of more athletes who are tearing their ACLs at younger and younger ages. So I think that through educating coaches and educating athletic trainers and other sports medicine staff members, this can be very crucial information to implement ACL prevention strategies in athletes from a young age. And all my results were consistent with the previous studies I found in my literature review. So some of my limitations, the inter-rater reliability of the goniometric measurements. I'm human, I'm not perfect. So there could be a little bit of variability there in how I took everyone's measurement, especially because some individuals were wearing pants or like baggy sweatpants. So that made it a little bit more difficult to take those measurements. Additionally, I should have taken the Q angle measurements bilaterally because, like I mentioned earlier, certain individuals who do have joint degeneration in one knee may have an increased Q angle on that side versus another. So that should be taken into consideration. And then I also should have taken it not only in supine, but I should have taken it standing too, because they could, that could play a role in their dynamic valgus collapse. And if an individual has more pronation when they stand, that could have their knees roll in as well. So another limitation was that I had a limited sample size. And what I mean by that is that, yes, I did have 80 participants, but only about 13 or 14 of them had a previous knee injury. Not even all of those were ACL injuries. So I really think that if I were to further my research, I would want to include more participants so I could get a greater number of individuals with an ACL injury. And then for further research, I thought it was really interesting that the individuals who did have a previous knee injury in my study actually had really good valgus collapse and neuromuscular control. So I wonder if that is because when they did have to go through their rehabilitation, if they had to relearn proper biomechanics. So I think that would be a great thing for further research. Additionally, I would like to see how, when you combine oral contraceptives and a secondary injury prevention program in ACL, if that would further reduce the risk of injury. And I also would like to see the role of race or different ethnicities and just different individuals in general who are more prone to having pes planus, which is foot pronation, and how that would affect the amount of valgus collapse at the knee. There are my references, and does anyone have any? go 1 to 2. So the hamstring, you have 3 hamstring muscles, but in quads, you have 4 quad muscles. So typically, especially in females, they tend to have more eccentric move, well, in both sports, but yeah, it's just kind of, you have more quad muscles than hamstring muscles. So yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people tend to neglect working out their hamstrings because if you can't see it, it's not there, but you still need to work them out. So yeah. Anyone else?
Do they give you to the valgus flap measurements first and then the rehab plan, the neuromuscular control and hamstring, should we see a difference in those?
Yes, absolutely, I do. I think a lot of people kind of don't, they either are just unaware, they don't know, or like I know when before I have torn my ACL, and I know before that I just didn't know. I didn't know that you need to be doing clamshells and all these other glute exercises. So I definitely think that if I had them go through that, it would decrease their valgus collapse. Anyone else?
Any other questions?
Thank you. Don't forget to scan your QR codes. You got to eat your thing.
Yeah, I forgot about it.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good job, Val.
I ran. I got back to my room, I finished shower, dressed myself off.
I didn't realize that's so much. Appreciate it, Coach. Good job, brother. Appreciate it.
Really got out there and I was just like,
Oh, wait, I think I was. Okay. I'm good. Yes.
Bye. Right on that thing. Okay.
Yes.
You have to engage it. Yeah, you have to. I forget how it's been a while since I've used this classroom. But yeah, see you, Riley.
Well, I was thinking there was one of these was a whiteboard, and obviously
Next door. It's the room across. Oh, there's a whiteboard. Yeah, in the middle.
But if that would work, if I could use it, because I opted out of the PowerPoint.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. When in doubt, read the manual. A buddy who worked IT, and I would call him for help. And that's the first thing he would ask me. He'd be like, "Did you read the manual?" Be like, "No." He's like, "Read the manual, then call me back." Okay. Because then he knew 9 times out of 10 I wouldn't have to call him back.
Ridiculous.
It's also like one of those questions.
Right. Yeah. Did you plug it in? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Plug it in.
No, I guess that's okay, but it would sure
It
be
should
great.
be.
It would be very helpful.
Apps. Yeah,
I was thinking about your presentation on poetry.
Because there's something that you do, you can turn it on here and yep. Whoa. Okay. So it is connected.
Because we had an entire class in Ezra Pound.
Did you say you need to?
Yes, because that's what, yeah, when you were clicking on it, it is connected. But I don't remember how to get it, how to change it so that you can use the markers.
Yeah. For him, like that is the tempo, the shape, the rhythm is.
That's so cool.
I have the cantos in my office.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not being much help.
No.
Yeah. I was going to tell you that when I was in college, I lived in Ezra Pound.
And I don't remember how to do that. I felt like there was something on my side of the board. Yeah, keyboard, I think. These aren't.
And then his grandchildren.
Could call that too, maybe? Yeah, there's supposed to be something, because I remember something like there's a like a menu bar. There's a menu bar for it that you can use.
So Mary's daughter and she married her.
Nope, that is totally not what I want.
You're a professor. You should know everything.
I know, right? And I used to teach in this class, but like I said, it's been 2 or 3 years since I taught in here. And I don't, yeah, I have used it a few times. That's why I feel like there should be a like a task bar or a smart bar, menu bar that gives you the opportunity to connect it. Nope, that's virus. Nope. Nope.
They wrote them all down.
Yeah, we just.
Usually I was gonna be out for Shirley Berman. I heard you were doing a lot.
That's so fun. We went back to the effort that out.
Yeah, I don't even see it. It's accessories.
She was music also.
And she was pretty infirm by the time I was there.
Oh, that's gonna really fight. I didn't do the PowerPoint because I was getting on board. I wonder somebody who visited. And I know nothing. Absolutely. But we were just all certain purpose there. Comment on something. That might at least suffice. Oh, no, and then no.
Yeah, because that's how you're supposed to be able to do it. Click on, you're supposed to be able to click on what you know, like so if you're writing marker versus eraser, there's supposed to be a menu bar that lets you choose what you know what your tool is. But yeah, I'm sorry. Oh no, it's okay. I think, yeah. Good luck. I mean, I don't know where IT is.
Yeah. Well, I might do it.
Does it work, Gary?
No, it's not like we're supposed to be using this.
So I have like a presentation, so you're putting in like a.
I'm just putting on. So you're doing you do PowerPoint.
It's like 4 minutes.
But I'm just gonna write mine. I'll take a minute. That way.
Oh, we can figure it out.
Okay.
Thanks for calling. That's my.
Don't you know how to use one of these whiteboards?
I don't
use them.
Apparently no one else does either.
I hope they have my PowerPoint though. Because I don't have it on a flash drive.
It's supposed to be automatic.
I don't know.
You're a senior, right? Okay, you should know this.
I don't. You're a senior, right?
Yeah. But I'll leave that so you can
Okay, thanks. I guess I am going first, right? How do you
It
do?
might be better that way I don't screw you up.
Well, I don't think you will.
Yeah, God is bringing.
There's Gabby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, we are? I don't really know much about that. I'm gonna be able to. That is perfect. No, that is, well, I have the greatest thing. Where is that? Oh,
Yeah, so.
Wow. No, but what you could do is just I think it's going first, so I'm gonna screw it while she's. But what do word and yeah, just do a let's see. No, you can just type it.
Oh.
And so like, how big, I mean, like you need. Yeah, something readable. We can minimize it, that way it won't make me miss her.
So do y'all need the lecture room or?
Oh, I'm just there reading my big rock map. Also know like where the PowerPoints are. The PowerPoints are. Oh wait, actually, I think I see mine. Because I think I'm going first. You know.
Yeah.
Great.
Did you?
Yep. Sorry if you can't see. Sorry. Man. Okay.
Because I couldn't see. When it was sitting there.
We have 3 more minutes, or should we go ahead and start? 3:57.
Yeah, I think we're all.
Okay, great.
Thanks, all.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming, everyone. And I would like to start this off by saying that this is an ongoing research paper, and in my graduate program that I got accepted into, while I'm not going for English, I have spoken with the art and English department, and they are going to help me continue this research, which is wonderful. All right, so my title is Everything Sees, Everything Speaks, a Tantric Approach to Poetry. Poet Franck-André Jammes first came across the bold, concise paintings created by anonymous 17th century Hindu Tantra devotees in India while rummaging in a Parisian gallery in 1970. Struck by their similarity to works of modern art, Jammes decided to go to India to learn about the tradition's origins. These paintings are Hindu meditation aids painted by anonymous artists known as Addicts. They are primarily used for visualization, a practice in which one stands in front of an image for several minutes, letting it fill one's mind and cancel out everything else. Inspired by these images, in 1986, Jammes published his poetry book, which is titled The Recitation of Forgetting. Thinking about these works has profoundly influenced and inspired me. The anonymous artists, paired with the fact that making these paintings is a religious practice, as is contemplating them, has reminded me that the quality of attention brought to the act of painting is of prime importance. Imperative in this practice is the idea that tantric images and visualization can aid us in our understanding of hermeneutics, phenomenology, and aestheticism, by allowing us to concentrate on only one moment in time while considering a piece of art or literature. Invisibly present within these abstract symbols and selections of poetry is the experience of transcendence through art. In this paper, I will demonstrate how these poems and images produce a transcendent aesthetic experience when combined. Using poetry to meditate visual experience and visual to meditate verbal produces an aesthetic response that transcends both media. The earliest known abstract tantric images appeared in early handwritten illustrated religious papers known as tantras, which were used to awaken its adepts to a heightened state of consciousness. Adepts would paint in a concentrated state of mental exaltation, repeating and reinterpreting poetic structures of line and color. These paintings were used to shape and focus contemplation within the adepts who used and painted them. The mental state in which the adepts achieve absolute unity is known and represented by a monochrome surface. The activity of beholding an unbroken expanse of a single color awakened awareness of universality to harmonize the adepts with the fundamental unity of things. A crucial tool in describing these works of art is visualization, which does not just involve seeing a picture. It also produces new narratives, blends multiple inputs from various sources to create complex mental images, and most importantly, thoroughly focuses on the crucial practice of understanding the meaning of the piece, associating the process of visualization with that of compressing and decompressing one's experience and interpretation of a piece. In an image, the piece retains a strict balance between the imagery that represents reality and that which is generated by the imagination. In the case of experiences transformed through visualization, this boundary is breached. One of the possible outcomes of such practices is that observers interact with the imagery and surrender their own subjectivity, which allows for the essence of the piece to take over the observer's body. There appears to be a mechanism through which observers shift their reflexivity from the embodied self to the imagined self, which allows them to undergo such transformational subjective experiences. This experience is not how a state of mind can be a conscious state, but rather how the action or interaction of subject and object gives rise to higher degrees of consciousness. Addressing the imagination is not easy. Although the concept of imagining implies the presence of imagery, this is not always the case. This idea can also mean to suppose rather than to visualize. Not all cognitive activities are identical, and not all are relevant when addressing the imagery recalled during the tantric practice of visualization. Like painting, poetry requires bodily presence. In a strong meditative performance, a charged atmosphere develops that embraces everyone present to the experience of the active presence of the body. Jean writes, eyes, then a mouth, and spots. Suddenly, that cloud this face. Soon the sky was pitted with gold flies. I wrestled, she felt it. She said, if ultimately nothing appears nor disappears, everything sees, everything speaks. Embodiment is apparent in these lines, where plate 39 curates an emerging being from these abstract forms. The adept stares at this image and begins to see himself in its non-literal reflection. He sees the active presence of a physical body without employing a physicalist definition as crucial, for the mind-body division curates a sense of embodiment. The act of embodiment is not just physical, it is a philosophical mental sensation of a multi-layered, mutually interactive mind-body continuum. Meditation clarifies and intensifies the organic experience of vital movement. That is true of all experiences. The sense of immediacy present in the act of meditation conveys a feeling of freedom. The effect of this practice is so intense that for a brief moment involved, the mind and the body are one. The significance of embodiment here extends beyond the aesthetic realm. As the art of the meditating body, meditation is embodied movement. It manifests the self in movement. Meditation is lived not only through the body, but also as the body, by both the artist and the observer. Plate 39 offers a visual component to embodiment rather than a literary one, and it does this through contemplation. This image has a seemingly simple white box standing on its own. The act of viewing the image through deep reflective thought creates the first step of meditation. Through meditation, one becomes simultaneously more aware and less aware of one's own self. Retreating from that state of inhabitation, plate 39 seems to invoke a feeling that the purer the consciousness, the bluer and clearer the sky. Jean writes, and I wondered, what are you doing there on this highway? Your face in your hands, that is muddled with its own footsteps, pushes a stone like that, then pushes another. When a single red line against the earth's ochre, sleeping wall of energy and blood, of fear and force, other trials. Did you find yourself, child? Did you lose yourself? Here, hermeneutics are apparent in the sense of interpretation that directly relates to an aesthetic experience. Philosophically, hermeneutics concerns the meaning of interpretation, its fundamental scope, validity, and place within the implications for human existence. It treats interpretation in the context of basic philosophical questions about being and knowing aesthetic experience. In plate 11, there's an almond eye, or a mask with a roguish stare. It is yellow, almond shaped with two black spirals present inside the yellow. The color, composition, and shape almost make it seem cheerful, as if the meditation has suddenly assumed a certain insolence and is looking energy straight in the eyes, just like a child. This plate directly relates to hermeneutics, where visual features take on different abstract meanings. There is no realistic rendering of an eye, but when all components of the piece are contemplated upon, interpretation through hermeneutics is crucial in understanding the essence of the plate. Jean states, "It was strange that such modern Occidental-looking patterns already existed in India during the 17th century, and they were so simple, so powerful, so quietly and naturally abstract, so near as well to my own field, which was already something like poetry. Poetry is so often like that, isn't it? Playing with words and using words in such a natural, abstract way." This feeling of inhabitation is apparent in one of Jean's poems, stating, "Or else burned for an hour, without a goal, almost, without support. My air was speckled with abstract dust, with a drizzle that fluttered. Time took refuge in the needle's eye. Outside, inside, nobody knew anymore." An appreciation of beauty in art is apparent through this poem, where imagery comes to life and portrays an appreciation of beautiful things. This act of appreciation can be viewed in an aesthetic sense. Aestheticism, by definition, supports the emphasis of aesthetic values more than other themes for literature, art, and the other fine arts. It rejects the concept that art must have a moral or ethical value and an academic purpose. Aesthetic appreciation has typically been described as an act of consciousness, a particular distinctive sort of consciousness. Such an account is inadequate and distorted, as there is no consciousness without the body, no disembodied consciousness. But there are still more subtle ways in which the human body becomes actively present and makes an essential contribution to artwork, one being through writing literature. These plates have not been historically accompanied with words. Jean provides the marriage of words and images in tantric depictions of meditation through his poetry. Plate 33 represents embodied hermeneutics as well. It is a dark circle intertwined with a light spiral. This way of understanding hermeneutics through contemplation and interpretation can be understood as an embodied activity. Plate 33 presents a spiral that has seized control of a terribly dark but still blue sky of consciousness, or it has taken possession of an almost black world. Energy now reigns, illuminating the darkness which slowly begins to revolve. The adept will eventually inhabit the image until it revolves in his own eyes as well. The inhabitation is a state of hermeneutically existing in the world, where the adept becomes embodied with the experience of contemplating the image through a meditative state. All of this leads to a changed understanding of experience, primarily aesthetic experience. When centered on embodiment, not only does the world look different, but it is different. So too is aesthetic experience different when embodied. The aesthetic becomes the mode of embodiment. That is to say, we grasp them with our own bodies, literally incorporating them so they become as tangible a part of us as our own flesh. In aesthetic perception, the work of art remains alive. It calls out to be felt and touched, and each detail is perceived as if it were, for the moment, all the world, unique, desirable, and perfect, not needing something other than itself to be itself. There are other orders of reality than the tangible and visible. The vitality and regenerating quality of the intangible and invisible survive the significant changes of culture and are responsible for rebuilding traditions. The continuity of any tradition depends upon its capacity for change. The structure of rituals and their values is rich earth from which new culture can blossom, a richness fed by the compost of history that surrounds the roots of a collective cultural experience and calls in the next iteration of the cycle of life. All that happens in the visible world is an illustration of ideas or images that originate in the invisible, while an image takes shape and becomes concrete under the power and pattern of its original intangibility. The seemingly simple works presented in this meditative ritual are just such as concretization, as their development through centuries has confirmed. One would do well to listen to their quiet frequencies and their echoes of a familiar song. Thank you. I will take questions. How many minutes do we have left?
14 minutes. But yeah, we can wait after Gary goes and take questions all together.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. I had counted on having a whiteboard. I got my rooms confused, so these are some things that I would have written. I don't know about you, but sometimes having a visual aid helps me. Given that what I'm going to be dealing with. How, is that fairly clear in the back? You want it a little larger? Can do it a little larger. Is Zoom working? Can anybody tell me? There's somebody bearing my last name has apparently logged in. I suppose that's my mother. That's a little disconcerting. So and she's short, so I need to make sure this thing gets it all. I'm going to be reading as well because there's so much to keep up with here. But I felt like a few things, pointing out a few things before I begin. Is it okay? Okay. The novel I'll be dealing with is The French Lieutenant's Woman by John Fowles. Dr. Davis, I am an English history and philosophy major, and this is part of my English capstone. I'll be defending a longer paper here before long, and this is it's a tease. The novel I'll be dealing with is French Lieutenant's Woman. I'll be dealing with both theory and the novel. Dr. Davis always likes for me to focus on the novel a little bit because he knows when Gary gets off into theory, I'm going to lose everyone in the room, including myself. So there will be some times here, maybe some of this will prevent you all wondering what the devil I'm saying, and maybe help me to not wonder what the devil I'm saying. We're going to be dealing with silence as language, feminine voice, and historical feminine voice. What we are taught in literary theory is often that, which is an undisputed fact, of how women have been silenced historically through the patriarchal order. What my longer paper, I won't be getting into this today, but what am arguing with Bakhtinian theory, Mikhail Bakhtin is the Russian theorist, is that perhaps women haven't been silenced as much as we suspect and are taught, but we don't know where to look for their voice. And partly because we don't realize when they're speaking. But silence is language. When you open up that avenue, which Bakhtin cannot, his theory is probably the most inclusive and what I find to be the most elegant of any out there, but he can't quite compensate for silence either, which is sort of what I'm doing. I'm sort of amending it. Heteroglossia is simply diverse voices, if you don't know. Dialogism, that's anything dealing with dialogue. That's you and I talking right now, anything of that nature. Dialogic heteroglossia, which these are key points to Bakhtinian theory. That's a multitude of voices in discourse with each other, informing each other, learning from each other, things of this nature. Internal dialogism is what we're doing up here. You guys out there thinking to yourselves right now, there is what we'll come to learn, ideology, bouncing around your head, creating your meaning. And the big takeaway from ideology, which so many of these thinkers, that's what they're pointing to. Everything we do and say and think is ideology, no matter how small, how insignificant a fact. I want to wear this shirt today or this sweater, that pair of slacks. It is informed by ideology. And that's really what the world consists of. That's where we derive meaning and who we are, what we believe. We get into the big terms in the news, the stuff that makes political headlines, you know, conservative ideology, liberal ideology. But keep in mind as I read, everything is ideology. And the biggest thing I would advocate, and what I'm trying to propose, especially in the longer paper, is a more comprehensive literary theory that is has a baseline of Bakhtinian theory. Start there, then let us look at Marxist theory. Then let us look at queer theory. Then let us look at feminist or whatever the other theory is. But that baseline, because Bakhtin is the only theorist that can account for all that's going on now. Not just one voice, not one voice speaking. This guy's over here speaking, he's thinking one thing. The author is speaking, he's thinking something else. And of course, if Fowles if we're to believe him, you know, his characters are beyond his control, which we know that's a little bit of a fabricated tale. If you've never read this, I am late in life coming to it. I would encourage you to do so. If you would like to see literary genius, right here it is. That's a master, and that's a masterful work. It's kind of funny. I've spoken with Dr. Davis. I saw the cover of this, and for years I thought it was just a heaving breast romance novel, so I passed it up. And it's me coming back to school late in life that I have stumbled upon it, and it's just the most wonderful work. If you enjoy reading, I would encourage you to pick it up just for fun. It has a twist. You'll probably learn about the twist. I don't think it's a spoiler to tell you it has multiple endings. And you, John Fowles, is determined to make figure out which ending works. So when you read it, which ending will it be? Which do you say is the right ending? But these are the terms. This is what I'll be dealing with. This is maybe 10 pages of a 30-page capstone. I can't do anything but tease. With all this going on, I'm going to read. Beck and I are in the same boat on that one. I'm not going to try and give a speech on it. So, but are there any questions about perhaps any of the terminology or anything I have on the board? No? All right. All right. Silence is, I'm Gary Harrison, and silence is Bakhtinian utterance. I have to remind myself, you know, keep straight. Silence is Bakhtinian utterance and dialogical heteroglossia in the French Lieutenant's Woman. Language and discourse are arguably the things that make us most human. We think in language, we dream in language, we interact with the world in language, even if it's but pictorial language of abstract thought. That's still language. This interaction, this interanimation, as Mikhail Bakhtin argues it, is what we call dialogue or discourse or dialectic, depending on the context of the interaction. Though what we mean by the terminology is essentially the same thing, an independent exchange of meaning. We're just trying to convey something to each other. Language and discourse are how we navigate the world. We are immersed in language from birth, and we are engaged in discourse from our first cries for our mother's milk until our last sigh on the way to the grave, to the silence of the grave. Indeed, if we assume that discourse has a Bakhtinian dialogic expansiveness to it, as I believe we should, our lives can be interpreted as nothing more than an overarching dialogue with the world, replete with an internal dialectic by which we define ourselves in alterity or in relation to the other. It is a process whereby we express our wills, values, and worldviews and reflexively acquiesce to or assume the wills, values, and worldviews of others. In an atmosphere of signification, where disparate meanings constantly vie with each other for conceptual primacy. It is a process, as we infer from such thinkers as Jacques Lacan and Louis Althusser, that is competitive, coercive, and existential in nature. In fact, as is argued by Bakhtin, Lacan, and Althusser, language preceding us in being generative creates us when mated with discourse, when dialogized. Making language and discourse more our heredity than that of our biological progenitors. After all, as Jacques Lacan argues, we do not speak language, language speaks us. For even before we begin to speak, we are already being spoken. So immediate is this relationship between discourse on the one hand and reality on the other, that discourse obtains as a causal agent and a shaper of reality rather than as a mere representation of it. If you've taken Dr. Davis, one of his courses, you know what mimesis is, and that's what I'm talking about here, representation of reality. Suffice it to say, language and discourse are deterministic and establish who we are and the kind of world we inhabit. Likewise, language and discourse are both dynamic or living due to the nature of their symbiotic relationship. Whereas discourse is comprised of language and conveys meaning in conjunction with the connotations of the language that constitutes it, so the meaning of language itself is derived from its interplay with the pre-existing, albeit fluid, meanings of its objects, its speakers, and the rejoinders of active respondents. This is where the dialogism comes in. Thus, it is language, as language is freighted with myriad voices, heteroglossia, that lends to discourse its force to shape the world in our worldview. This is the linguistic nexus the ancient Greeks recognized when they subjected discourse to its classical typology, a typology constituted by poetics, rhetoric, and philosophy, or metaphysics. By the 20th century, we arrive at an interpretation of discourse as ideology, as a receptacle of worldviews, as is argued explicitly in the writings of Mikhail Bakhtin and Louis Althusser. Ideology. It is what Lacan means by the symbolic order, the spoken, the linguistic order. It is what Bakhtin understands dialogized heteroglossia to be, the reverberation of a panoply of voices off each other in discourse, via both internal dialogism and social dialogue. As such voices exert their ideological charged influence on alien languages to gain mastery of them. Language, discourse, ideology. Theirs is an interdependency that author John Fowles understood well and in the ways I'm prescribing. Ideology is embodied by, embedded within, and perpetuated through the dynamic interplay of language and discourse within themselves, within us, and with our interactions with the world. In fact, as if anticipating the discovery of the writings of Bakhtin in the West by nearly a decade, Fowles could have no better epitomized Bakhtin's thinking than he did in the French Lieutenant's Woman. It is not just ideology that Fowles conceives of in Bakhtinian tests, however, for his examinations of ideology almost always take place under a Bakhtinian lens of dialogic heteroglossia and internal dialogism, as we witness in the form or the person of Charles Smithson, who is the main male protagonist, if we ascribe him that appellation. Charles, as you will have noted, had more than one vocabulary, Fowles remarks, with Sam in the morning, with Ernestina over a gay lunch, and here in the role of alarmed proprieties. In fact, he was almost 3 different persons at once, and there will be others of him before we are finished. To stop there, however, to assume that ideology is nothing more than a normativism or a discourse comprised merely of heteroglossia would be a mistake. For in Bakhtinian theory, ideology is much more pervasive than the political nomenclature it is typically investigated under the rubric of. After all, in Bakhtin's formulation of dialogic heteroglossia, and therefore in his formulation of ideology, language consists of the internal stratification of any single national language into social dialects, characteristic group behavior, professional jargon, etc., etc. And what he means by that is that every utterance, as I've already told you, is saturated with ideology. Or, as is formulated by Lacan, language is the mechanism of ideology systematically and consciously constitutes all social codes, conventions, and prohibitions. Thus, the symbolic exists as a structure of relations rather than things. That is why there is no escaping ideology. From our family and friends to our schools, social clubs, and churches, from culture, pop culture, and politics to science, the media, and the law, we are spoken to and speak our rejoinders in ideology. Even in solitude, as we learned from the French Lieutenant's Woman, ideology, or when Charles stops in Exeter to pray after his encounter with Sarah Woodruff, ideology is ever with us because we are ideology. Hence, ideology is the other voice in that particular instance that would not let Charles be. Of course, in first describing this theoretical framework to life, it is easy to forget that in the hands of an expert novelist like Fowles, mimesis assumes the sociological trappings and recasts them as a projection of reality. That is what good writers do, and is why literary criticism needs always to account for the fundamental singularity of this underlying stratification. For these reasons, to conceive of literary criticism via a single interpretive lens is, I argue, a flawed approach to the discipline. And this is what I'm after. This is what the main paper deals with, trying to establish Bakhtinian theory as a baseline. And here again, that's when you can then add, because one, it'll end up accounting for feminism, feminist perspective, especially if we add silence. But from there, that's when you add psychoanalysis, Marxist theory, and the various other theoretical lenses you can. Overcoming this flaw is what Bakhtinian theory was meant to accomplish, in fact. As Bakhtin argues, such a combining of languages and styles into higher unity is unknown to traditional literary criticism, which has no method for approaching the distinctive social dialogue among languages that is present in the novel. This is especially true when it is considered that this is an overarching stylistic unity that cannot be identified with any single one literary voice subordinated to it. After all, while the dialogic heteroglossia of everyday life tends to be a subconscious and unmediated affair, in which we human beings are predominantly passive participants, discourse does not exist in a vacuum. Bakhtin's literary point. Similarly, no individual trained in literary theory picks up a work and reads only one voice speaking through and throughout their chosen text, the reading of which to the trained eye is anything but a subconscious and unmediated affair. Were literature so one-dimensional, it would not interest us. Why then is literary criticism still typically only investigated from the vantage point of one interpretive filter at a time, as if in isolation? This is an especially poignant question when it is acknowledged that the discipline generally lacks in practice a unified hermeneutic, which Bakhtinian theory provides for. To illustrate this point, a reader of the French Lieutenant's Woman might be struck by how readily the novel and its female protagonist lend themselves to feminine theory. Yet in any novel set in the Victorian era, which this is, it's a postmodern novel written in the 1960s, but mimicking a Victorian novel of manners, it is impossible to analyze feminism divorced from class structure that informs that feminism, as much as the patriarchal order over against which feminism is normally cast in collocation. In fact, analysis of the one or any number of others cannot be truly divorced from their dialogical environments. Likewise, if one approaches the novel through a Marxist reading, which it readily lends itself to, almost as much as a feminist, the same inextricable interplay with feminism exists, as it does with psychoanalysis, queer theory, et al. After all, class consciousness is a disparate between men and women, to name but one thing. Therefore, as Bakhtin contends, in all possible variants of this type of analysis, which acknowledges only a single language and single authorial individuality expressing itself directly in that language, the singular stylistic nature of the novel slips hopelessly away from the investigator. I agree with that. Further, according to both Bakhtin and linguist Roman Jacobson, hermetic literary exegesis of individual languages within a text are impossible. In fact, Jacobson argues language as an overall code represents a system of interconnected subcodes in which every language encompasses several concurrent patterns characterized by different functions. As such, Jacobson admonishes, language must be investigated in all the variety of its functions, rather than isolation. Thus, any interpretive reading of The French Lieutenant's Woman or any other novel without the inclusivity of a Bakhtinian baseline is abortive, without consideration of other languages informing the text. The interplay of languages is entwined in the novel or simply too inextricably bound to do otherwise. After all, Bakhtin writes, these categories and the very philosophical conception of literary discourse in which they are grounded are too narrow and cramped to accommodate the artistic prose of a novelistic discourse. Somebody hit the reverend. Unfortunately, Bakhtin does not go far enough in drawing his observations to their logical conclusion, as the works of Jean-Paul Sartre, Jacques Lacan, and John Fowles attest. And what Bakhtin seems to have missed or been unable to account for is silence. Not silence that is the absence of discourse, but silence that is both a living language and dialogue. I apologize, heteroglossia. This was a wonderful paper. If you can't tell, this is great. Best thing that ever happened to me. And that is eternally dialogic as well. After all, as Sartre argues, in situating the meaning of a text within a reader's response to it, and I quote, from the very beginning, the meaning of a text is no longer contained in the words of the text, since it is the reader who allows the significance of each word to be understood. After all, the literary object, though realized through language, is never given in language. On the contrary, it is by nature a silence and an opponent of the word. Notice that, an opponent of the word. For an author's silence is subjective and anterior to the language. After. It is a question of silences which are so particular they cannot retain any meaning outside the object which the reader causes to appear. And here what we're getting into is reader response theory, which most of you, if you've had any English courses with these guys, you're going to know what that is. Though Sartre means language when he uses silence rather than ideology, or rather when he uses silences rather than ideology, this is internal dialogism. A spoken or written utterance, as Bakhtin myopically defines it, that instantiates not only a comprehension of itself and its conveyed meaning, but that anticipates a rejoinder without the refraction of which the utterance would be impossible. This is discourse seeking an answer word by which to define itself. Thus, Sartre, in extending Bakhtinian theory to its logical conclusion, is not merely framing silence as discourse, he is framing silence that is teeming with lingual reciprocity and pregnant with meaning as language. This is silence that is pregnant with us and our own deliverance. Jacques Lacan takes a similar tack when he delineates the philosophical real as that which cannot be talked about, as that which cannot be written or spoken or thereby imprisoned by language, and for which any such discussion is impossible. Though the real is both palpable and communicative. Thus, silence is not merely a binary negation of speech or communication, as is assumed to be the case by Bakhtin. This is his one shortfall. It too possesses linguistic currency and meaning. After all, as Michael Efrat insists, there is a meaningful speech and a meaningful silence. For like speech, functional silence serves as the means whereby illocutionary or speech acts are performed. Were this not the case, the French lieutenant's woman would lose the preponderance of its literary force, both stylistically and thematically. A conjecture that is typified by every meeting between the novel's two protagonists, male and female. Case in point, each time Charles encounters Sarah's silences, Sarah, who is the embodiment in the novel of the Lacanian real, we find Charles becoming increasingly liberated from the symbolic norms of which he is constituted, as well as otherwise adopting uncustomary languages and modes of discourse that are foreign to his ideological disposition. This represents liberation for Charles from the ideologies that both plague him and prevent his rehabilitation with Sarah into the real, a liberation achieved through the interplay of silence and discourse. Do not ask me to explain what I have done, Sarah remonstrates after Charles has taken her. I cannot explain it. It is not to be explained. Charles, realizing after their sexual liaison that Sarah is a virgin, is dumbstruck, as are all his subsequent ellipse-filled responses and abortive, if not petulant, insistences that Sarah's behavior, if not Sarah herself, must be explained. And why should Charles act any differently or less dumbfounded when, as fouls and tones, a thunderbolt had struck him, ushering Charles into an unmediated encounter with the real? And perhaps I ought to expound upon that just a little bit. How many minutes? Okay, I get plenty of time. The real, for those who have not studied Lacan, just the short form, that is raw experience. That is, in a certain sense, and this is my language, he was a materialist and would not have used this language, but that is, it's almost spiritual. It's that thing that we can't speak. It's what hits us where words simply cannot, convey it. Consequently, having given in to his baser desires and succumbed to an eruption of the real, that's ERUP, of the real and instigating the moment, Charles is left reeling from the silence and terror the encounter elicits in him. This is as Lacan says it should be, as is the paralysis engendered by the swarm of mysteries that surround the event, rendering Charles unable to either move forward with Sarah into the real or to extricate himself from the existential quandary he is in to resume the ideological status quo. Of course, while there is verbalized dialogue throughout the incident, especially in the immediate post-coital aftermath, such discourse is only indicative of feigned attempts by Charles to overcome the silence they are more generally thinking. This is especially true for Charles. After all, as linguist Jack Bims advocates, some silences are only obscured by words. Did you have me down for 20 or 15? 20? No, I'm not going to quite make that through. The point being, it's an existential novel. We're going to round it off to keep in time so that this beautiful Becca Woods can do her thing and answer some questions. Because I'm hot and I'm not going to. I'm going to throw myself out that window and will not be here to do so. But the thing is, it's an existential novel. You need to read it if you haven't, especially if you're a literary person or an English person. And you really need to give it some analysis. You can't ask of a man or woman, whomever, to do more than what has been done with this book. And of course, everything I'm on to, and here again, this is roughly a 30-page capstone, I'm sure of, distilling down 10 pages or so. It's just chocolate. But it's all about the existential and creating ourselves through literature. So thank you for your time. Sorry, you've gone so much. All right, questions for Becca or Gary?
Becca, can I get you to go back to your last slide? I think it's the last one or the penultimate.
Can I you should find some air conditioner while you're going back to that slide, just anywhere.
I know, I wish. This one?
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
So maybe if you could walk over to the monitor and trace the spiral with your finger. How do you know that's the spiral? That the spiral is the white part? How do you know it's not a wider spiral?
And not the black?
Yeah, that's just was an exercise in hermeneutic. Understanding.
Mhm.
So, and the analysis you discussed, if I followed you rightly, it was assuming that the white part was the spiral.
Mhm.
And I think that it can illustrate your point that it changes if you think of the dark part, I think it's black, as
Yep.
the spiral.
I'm gonna write that down. Yeah, that's a wonderful observation. No, I hadn't looked at it like that, not until you just said that. Maybe coming from like a visual arts kind of thing, like something light catches my eye first instead of dark, and it feels more in the foreground instead of the background. But no, I feel
I was
like
going to try to be really profound and get you. to
No,
do a
that's
similar
fine.
thing with the yellow and the two spirals, but I really couldn't think it through. So
those.
how do we know that the yellow is the background? That's the ground.
I've never been asked that. That's just how I personally visually see
That's
it.
how I saw it at first.
Yeah.
When I got thinking about the other one, I got thinking about this one.
Mhm. Oh, that's a whole other thing I should explore for my final paper. No, that's a wonderful point. Thank you. And
I
I
hope
wonder.
that Gary would feel the same way when I eventually. that's good.
I feel like that would definitely alter the meaning behind some of the interpretations I've had about these works of art, and not like in a negative way, more in a positive way, just to further research that. So yeah, that's a wonderful point. Thank you. While my presentation's up, does anyone else have any more questions? Yes, Gabby.
Hello, my name's Gabby.
Hey.
I'd like to ask, what was your favorite part of writing your capstone?
Maybe not necessarily the writing part, but my favorite part of like my process was this started my freshman year, and I didn't know that it would become my capstone, but my drawing professor at the time introduced me to the book of images, Tantra Song, which all these images I'm talking about are presented. And it totally changed my viewpoint on art, because when I first looked at this, like I was like, oh, that's just a white square, which makes sense because like it is. But after reading that book and hearing his input on it, Brian Hitzelberger, he's not here anymore. He went to another school. He's like alive. Sorry. But no, he introduced me to that. And I guess that kind of also goes in because I know that you've seen some of my artwork, some of my art people have seen my artwork. And my artwork also correlates. I use the same meditative practice whenever I make my images. And I stem them directly from practicing the ways that the devotees for this religion would do it. So to answer your question, my favorite part was learning about these images and then being able to actually produce them for myself. If that makes sense.
Thank you for your response.
You're welcome. Austin.
Can you apply tantrism to works that aren't necessarily made with that intention?
I would say so, yeah. Because I kind of like, I look at these like poetry. I feel like poetry, I just did a little seminar on how to read poetry. And one of them was, if you were to read a piece of poetry today, and then you were to read it like 50 years in the future, it would have totally different meanings because of culture, society, just how things evolve and change. So I feel like this could be applied to different methods of art or just other visual practices like that. So yes, I do think that it can be applied to different things, not just necessarily the images that are in this book. Good.
I need to ask Gary a question.
You want to go back up there?
Sure.
I really like to stay by the screen.
Stay where you want. You can, I don't think you can be up there. So one of the things you said got me thinking about Wittgenstein, and I don't know how familiar you are with Wittgenstein, but he claims that the pictorial, at least in philosophical investigations, he claims that the pictorial view of language is inadequate. It just doesn't work. Other than that, I'm wondering whether a Bakhtinian analysis and a Wittgensteinian analysis have a lot to say to each other. Because Wittgenstein in philosophical investigations and later, it talks about language games and forms of life which determine what meaning is. Does that fit with a Bakhtinian analysis?
Okay, we're going farther ahead than I am. My first question is, why can't we start with tractors? Because either tracking part of tractors, or do you find a problem? Because the silence that cannot, this is the funny thing about Wittgenstein. At the end, he tells us, he said that part plays into it.
Yeah.
He tells us that, we have to remain silent.
That of which we cannot speak, we must remain silent.
Right. Now, the funny thing is, does that automatically, and then this is how most people read it, does that mean we shouldn't try it all? Because part of what goes on in Faust is so part of death to this novel. But part of my point is, when you get more into the paper, is that the feminine voice, that semiotic chord, is Christopher, delineates creativity, that which cannot be spoken. Really, what he's talking about, I claim that is feminine voice, and that it does communicate into what it means. And so, I don't know if I can reconcile as far ahead as you go with it, but if we stick with tractors, I can't.
Yeah. See, I think not everybody agrees, but why would they? It's philosophy. But I think that philosophical investigations and later, although they grow out of the Tractatus, I don't think that they represent the same view.
Right.
But I do think he maintains that final statement, that of which we cannot speak, we must remain silent. But what you're saying is we can speak of some of this stuff. So I don't think that that is that kind of silence. The silence you're talking about, I think, is pregnant with meaning, and you can talk about it. That's what you do when you start doing that Bakhtinian analysis.
I've sold you short. Because actually, the former, I've sold you short, and I've given a poor presentation because I haven't paid myself. Because actually, that is not exactly what I'm saying. How would I convey it without
Speed round.
The ending of the novel. Huh? The ending of the novel. The ending of the novel? The ending. Oh, okay, yeah, case enough, thank you. All right, spoiler alert, and we'll ruin it when we read the thing anyway. The novel has 3 endings. Okay, that's kind of what I told you, you've got to figure out which one. Well, the point to that is, why is it 3 endings? Because he can't speak of the ending. But does he not, at the same time, and he's forcing us to do it, and he's forcing us to figure that thing out. So the thing is, in other words, he's dealing with, I'm not sure how to say it, and I know that I'm being a little tangential to where you are, but at the same time, in other words, there's something there, but you can't get it down. You know, the way I'm fumbling with what I'm trying to say now. So he can't end the novel. It's not really such a creative genius, but with what he's dealing with, he cannot give you that either. We really can't assume it. is readers. But there's, we like those nifty, everything's cut and dry. And we like this stuff.
Yeah, I know what that inclination is. That's what makes it called platypus man.
But the thing
Obviously,
is,
it's not.
that's where he should, he can't, in a sense, the existential crisis there is, he could have done the novel no other way. Now, of course, that's hindsight. We're giving him a lot of credit, but maybe he did it for reserve. But the thing is, he can't do that. That doesn't mean the meaning is there.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it doesn't influence us. This is what I'm saying. All right, we got after some of this after the class. Text came out of it. I told you, some of it. When you start playing that stuff, and we just, he didn't like, Davis didn't like to get off into theory, because like I said, that's when I started everything growing, myself included. Still was talking about, I'm like, what the heck am I talking about? But it's so rich. Yeah, but I don't think we can pull it out of that oceanic state. I don't think it's really what I want to do, and they wouldn't do it because they're materialists, is I want to associate it with the spiritual, with the fun. I mean, that's kind of what they're all driving at, common included. I mean, it's this thing out there, it is raw creativity.
A sort of phenomenological approach can be applied to non-materialistic things. Just the ones you're talking about don't. But what you're doing here, saying that you think it's something spiritual, that's not contradictory to a phenomenological approach. It's just applying it to something they wouldn't apply it to.
Well, I kind of wonder about that.
I think
That's really where I want to live, because we're sort of fumbling around it. I mean, it's really, you sort of did it, I mean, basically it's all good. Classical camp, I mean, forms and the whole 9 yards. I mean, it's, you're out here in the real, well, there's something in there, and that's the pure, and, I mean, really, and here again, I know that's not what they do. I know that's not what their conception, but really, that's kind of what it's playing. I know.
Well, I don't, but they would.
Yeah.
Were you influenced by Hegel and Zizek? Does it seem to come?
Even not Zizek, one night, although Zizek would be a one connection made. Really, so much of this was it was here in the novel. It did so much wrong. It was a literary review class. That's when we did that one. And so we were already into Lacan and Althusser, and they all have a piece. But what I see, they all were those things that were saying, yeah, right. Or you say, but no, I don't agree with this. It seems to me that the puzzle is there and it's made. It's just made. But not. It was kind of there were things that if you I mean, it's so loaded. I mean, there's so much that will draw out in the book, but not in this case.
Well, thank you. And thank you very much for that.
I thought there were no classes today.
Sorry, I botched that. I shouldn't have done that at the beginning. Well, and I should just read. And I'm looking at the Zoom. I think it was on the whole time, but if not, it was recorded. And so
Okay.
if she couldn't, if she